is Zach Sawyer, and I'll be serving as the chair today. This is the special Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for April 13th, 2023. And our first matter of business is going to be citizens' comment. And just for everybody present, any citizen wishing to appear before a regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Staff will time each citizen and provide a warning bell when you have 30 seconds remaining of your 3 minutes. So we will start with, is it Stephen Flores? Yes, sir. Here to speak on behalf of Lamar Advertising.
Good morning, committee. My name is Stephen Flores, 5615 116th, obviously with Lamar Advertising. I believe in the previous meeting we had 2 weeks ago, I left you all some information about a proposed agenda about corridors that we could hopefully be amicable about. We've all seen and heard that the plan that has been presented previously, I guess, could potentially open up 140 plus billboards in the corridors that are currently zoned. With all due respect, that is false. The quantity of structures wouldn't be a possibility in the corridors with the areas we're looking to exclude. Existing inventory, zoning requirements presented in state regulations. I believe you all have a copy, as I mentioned, of the proposed ordinance, taking consideration the concerns of the citizens of Lubbock of not allowing any future billboards from Milwaukee Avenue to Avenue Q, and obviously the downtown corridor as well. We also have a map that we have been working on showing areas that would be excluded and also areas that could potentially be developed for new billboards. My colleague and myself will be here for any additional questions that you all have for us. All right, thanks.
Okay, next we have Connie Goodwin, here on behalf of Lubbock Heritage Society. Ms. Goodwin, yes,
Do you need my address or anything?
yes, ma'am. Please
Okay.
state your name and address.
Connie Goodwin, 3109 20th Street here in Lubbock. My understanding is the purpose of this public hearing is to let citizens comment on pending actions in order to make good decisions and fair decisions that might affect our quality of life. We've heard that the P&Z Commission is reviewing amendments to the UDC billboard standards that have been recommended by the billboard companies. In all fairness, we can't comment on amendments that we have not been allowed to see or to review. The billboard standards have been discussed and reviewed for over a year, and to seriously consider amendments at the last minute that have been submitted by special interest billboard companies is not only unfair, it negates the purpose of public hearings. I would ask you to please adopt the UDC with the corrected billboard standards and postpone any amendments to the billboard standards until proper public hearings can be conducted. We appreciate your service to our city and for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin. Next, we have Mr. Jim Bertram, representing self and LHS, Lubbock High School.
Morning.
Good morning.
Members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, for the record, my name is Jim Bertram. I live at 57 South Lakeshore Drive, Ransom Canyon. And I represent myself and a number of citizens that have asked me to speak on their behalf, including the Lubbock Heritage Society, simply to ask you that if you're going to recommend approval of the UDC, that you do it with a corrected billboard section and postpone any amendments until the public can have time to review the amendments. Two things that we know are in common about the recommendations that the billboard companies are making is that they want to open corridors. The second is that they want to expand the number of zones that billboards are permitted in. With regard to the corridors, I've seen so many proposals, but I can tell you it opened over, I haven't seen one yet that opened less than 100 miles of expressway frontage to new billboards. And if in that 100 miles you expand the permitted uses to include neighborhood commercial, office commercial, auto urban commercial, heavy commercial, and IDP, you will in the process be opening up 10 districts that are in our current zoning ordinance where billboards have never been permitted. Let that soak in. 10 zone cases that are being consolidated into the new UDC. And if you do that, with all due respect to the gentleman from Lamar, it is no exaggeration. The potential is there for over 150 to 200 billboards. Now, they say they won't do it, but if the ordinance that you adopt will allow them to do it, get prepared, because there's 5 billboard companies and they would be competing with each other in order to get those spaces. And even when the zones weren't there, they could ask you for zone changes to create new light commercial or heavy commercial to put new billboards. So what I'm showing you there is a map showing the patent unfairness. This small area is typical business signs of from 50 to 100 square feet. The largest business sign shown in white here is 250 square feet. You have to have 600 feet of frontage in order to have that. The areas in shaded show the size of billboards. Now this is to scale, so you can see that if you impose these close to 700 square foot billboards into these light commercial areas, it will look totally out of scale. I don't think it's fully understood what would happen if that happened. And to make my point, this is a photograph. A photograph on South, I know you've all seen it on South University and the Loop 289. This business complied with the height, the setback, and the size, only to have close to 700 square foot billboard right next door with a competitor sign on it, totally overwhelming. Get ready for a lot of this if you pass the ordinance opening the districts that permit billboards. Thank you for your time and for your service to the community.
Quick question, one clarification on this
Yes.
sheet that you handed out to everybody.
Yes.
So that business signage that shows to be 100 square foot scaled, you're referencing a business, a frontage business. You're not, that's
I'm referencing a what?
signage? That's signage for.
Yes, yes. Most, as you drive up and down the community, if you'll notice, most businesses are using the monument signs. So, and most of them are less than 100 square feet. I was just saying.
You're showing the comparison between.
I'm just showing a comparison in size, but in reality, the Taco Bells, the AT&Ts, the businesses mostly use the monument signs now because the clutter is not there anymore. They don't have to overdo it like they used to have to. So, any other questions?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's a frontage-based business. That's my point. You know. Okay, next we have Cody Keller. Mr. Cody Keller representing Keller Outdoor Advertising.
Morning, Cody Keller. I reside at 159 Adler in Bernie, Texas. Here to request that the commission recommend to council to adopt a corridor concept or corridor plan for billboard regulations. I also want to address what I'm gathering is some misperceptions on the corridor regulations if adopted. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, I feel that the commission is being misled and misinformed about the impact that a corridor plan would have on the city. There's a thought process that this would open a wealth of opportunities if adopted, and simply just it's not the case due to a lot of criteria, mainly spacing. I've seen some maps, I don't see them today, but at the previous meeting that showed what this impact would be, which again were misleading because they don't take into consideration existing billboards on those corridors. And what I provided, there's a map that shows every single TxDOT permitted billboard in the city of Lubbock. It's identified by a blue square. And so from each and every one of those, you would have to be a minimum of 1,500 feet. So if there's two on a corridor, you'd have to be a minimum of 3,000 feet between them to add a new billboard. There's just not a wealth of opportunities there. The impact is very minimal of what we're proposing. This also does not factor in the new spacing criteria from residentially zoned properties that I've included in my regulations. And it also does not, in fact, factor in deed restrictions that a lot of properties have against billboards or finding interested property owners. I would conservatively say that for every billboard location that I identify that I would like to go do, maybe 1 in 10 works out due to these issues and factors with deed restrictions, disinterested property owners that don't need the income, et cetera. You know, I was hoping that this could potentially be a by right situation. I'm understanding that that's very unlikely. And so that being the case, since it would, if at all, be adopted, be specific use, the concern should really be mitigated because citizens still have the opportunity to come, speak their mind, and Planning and Zoning Commission and council ultimately have the final say in each and every billboard permit application. To me, this is about providing opportunities where Lubbock is growing for local businesses to advertise and thrive. And I'll be here throughout the meeting if y'all have any questions for me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next to speak, we have Randy Christian. Yes, sir.
Let me give a second. Something. Good morning, folks. I've got the aid of a little PowerPoint that I did, and I will certainly will stay within my 3-minute time limit. As you well know, I was a former council member, but I was also a member of the UDC subcommittee chaired by Ms. Joy. I also have a long history as a professional advertising person. I've had an ad agency for more than 30 years, and so I know a little bit about outdoor. Just briefly, I just want to show you some interesting things, statistics. Pitting basically 1975 to 2023, our population has grown, our area of the city has grown. We're not the same city that we were in 1975. No Marcia Sharp, y'all can read that. Y'all are very intelligent people. And in my opinion, we didn't have an outdoor advertising problem in 1975. We had a business sign problem in 1975. I pulled this bit of editorial from Avalanche Journal in 1975, and I think it's very telling, especially that it's in the boldface. If your neighbor put up a sign bigger and brighter than yours, you were just built a sign bigger and brighter than the others. In a previous meeting, a lady, Mary Kreitz, showed this picture. I want you to take a look at it very closely. In most all of these 3 pictures, you see very few outdoor advertising billboards. They're all permanent business signs that needed to come down. And that's what happened. Because as the AJ quote said, we had a business sign problem. Today, here's what one of those same intersections look like. Here's another one. I took these this week. It's clear that ordinance worked in regards to business signs. We don't have an outdoor advertising problem in 2023, have an opportunity to help businesses grow instead of stagnate without compromising the natural beauty of our city. And I'll just cut to these other pictures that I want to show you. What you've got in your hand is something that I put together when I was on that subcommittee in regards to corridors. A 2023 opportunity we have is a win-win with advertising corridors. And let me assure you, yes, there is misinformation. There would never be more the 200-plus outdoor boards that has been spoken about. What you have on your map, too, and did I hear a bell?
You have 30
Okay.
seconds.
You can look at these maps, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. But what's interesting is also to some primary locations for outdoor advertising are on city-owned property. I've spoken with the outdoor companies. They would love to put some boards on city-owned properties, either parks or city-owned properties. They would pay us a royalty to have those signs on that property. We could create an income generator that would help our Parks and Recreation Department with maintenance and other projects. We need to look at this. We need to open up that dialogue to try to leverage our property to create income. Lastly, let's hold them to a standard of what those boards might look like. Modern, look at not just your metal pole, but also we could use them and they would help support our emergency management program too, warning people of tornadoes, other accidents. There are so many opportunities that we need to open up the door to this. There's plenty of sky. There's plenty of sky. We need to figure this out for the betterment of our businesses and for our community. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And I don't know how to get out of this, so I'll let somebody come and take. And I'm here for questions if you'd like.
Okay, next we have Mr. Thomas Payne. And you'll start, when you don't start the clock till I start speaking, right? Okay. Give them time to.
Did she start as soon as I stood up? Is that what you're telling me? So I think you'll be pleased to know I'm not here to speak about any specific topic. I want to talk about the UDC itself. First thing I want to do is acknowledge some work on the part of some people who.
I'm sorry, could you state your name and address?
I'm so sorry, Thomas Payne, 1730, 15309 FM 1730 in Lubbock, sorry, who have worked without remuneration a number of hours that none of us really wants to know. But that would be a group that includes Victoria Whitehead, Corey Doolin, Chris Berry, Mont McClendon, and Terry Holman. I've heard a lot of things said. One of them has been that that group has been involved because they just want to forward the interest of builders and developers, and I think that's a very misleading concept. That's a group of people who have been involved to try to protect us from where we began with the UDC that was brought forward by consultants paid by the city. We've been working backwards from day one. This process should have taken a year or two. We're 4 years in, and we're 4 years in because that group and others have had to work to protect the city of Lubbock from a lot of nonsensical proposals that were made by that consultant that don't represent the ideals of Lubbock, Texas. They represent the ideals of Austin, Texas. And my message to people who want to live in Austin is go put some gas in your car and drive. Austin's open for business. But so are we, and we need to remain open for business in a Lubbock, Texas kind of way. Everyone is exhausted with this process, I think, without exception. The thing I want to say to y'all is, in many ways, y'all represent the last line of defense. I've heard a suggestion that this should just be sent back to the council and let them deal with it. I don't agree with that. Y'all are the last line of defense before it goes to council for this document to be approved. And once it's approved, everyone is going to have to live with the consequences of that, intended and unintended. And right now, there are still many unintended consequences. So I would ask y'all to not vote to recommend the UDC to the council until it represents a step forward from where we are today. It makes no sense to put in place a set of rules and ordinances that represent a step forward from where we are today. The whole concept from the beginning was to improve on what we have. And until it is that, I would suggest that we not proceed with it. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Mont McClendon. Mr. McClendon.
My name is Mont McClendon. I work at 1500 Broadway, and I live at 16th and Salem. I think I should probably start with an apology. I think, following on Thomas's words, those of us who have been down in the trenches in this for 3 years saw these hearings as the light at the end of the tunnel. And I think we maybe got a little excited about trying to push. You heard me stand up and say in front of the joint session 4+ weeks ago that the state of play was that the UDC wasn't ready. In those 4 weeks, staff has made a lot of corrections, some of which you find in your 5 or 6 pages of amendment list and represented in your red line. And I agree that it is your duty and your privilege to understand what that says. I hope at the end of this process you will pass the UDC with that amendment list and those red line things in place. During that period of time, our group's comments have gone from the hundreds to the tens. Some of them because they were addressed with the city's changes. Many of them were because they were addressed with the city's changes. Some of them made their way onto the list of amendments that we proposed. And in that period of time, you got to hear from the city about those things that they really didn't have a problem with, and those have been highlighted for you. You also got to hear an explanation as to why the city either didn't like or didn't feel like they could take a position on the rest of those things. And since our last meeting, we heard the city's feedback. We deleted 4 of them because we heard them as hard no's, and it's not our place to try to shove something down the city's throat. I think what's left in the amendment is things that the city as a staff doesn't feel like they can take a position on. They want your impressions of it. They want us to talk it through, and that's fine. I'm here to answer questions as we address those things. But at the end of the process, I also hope that you pass the amendments as presented by our group, okay? And if that takes more time, I noticed that you don't have a full dais today. I noticed that Mr. Keenum is not here. This is Ms. Sager's first session of this type to be involved in because she's been doing her civic duty at the courthouse, and we thank her for that. But I think if you need some time to do that, that's a reasonable ask by your group. So I apologize if you felt rush from us otherwise. I think with those 2 things, with the red line and our amendments, this UDC is ready with an asterisk. That asterisk is the perfect is the enemy of the good, and I've already told you that this will be a continuing process as we tweak. I've already told you some things that I intend to bring, hopefully before you in the near future. I know that the city has some of those things. So I think we've created a good working document, provided we make these changes when you're ready. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McClendon? Last one we have is Mr. Holman, Terry Holman.
Good morning. I'm Terry Holman with Hugo Reed and Associates. We're at 1601 Avenue N, but I'm really more
Terry,
so.
if you don't mind, reset his clock, but that, I can see the document coming down. Are there any changes?
No, this is the exact same thing in paper that I emailed out yesterday. Yes, sir. And again, I'm more so representing, I believe, a broader development community in our city, more so than just my company. I liken this process, as a hobby, I play a musical instrument. And I liken this process a little bit to that. If I compose something that I think is the greatest thing ever written, that's great for me. But when I step outside and listen to it recorded, maybe not so much. And so I look at this process as having been, our group has been the consumer of this document, and we have just found some things that maybe we felt could have been composed a little bit better. And so the majority of our feedback over these last 3 years has been technical in nature, or cleanup, or, hey, if we get into a situation with staff, we see how this could be misinterpreted. So that's been the majority of our comment. We have come a long way, no question. I appreciate Mr. Payne's words about, where we started. We have been able to sort of weed out the things that I think everyone in the room, us as well as city staff, agreed kind of early on that, that's just not a good idea. So we've already been through all of that. One of the large issues that our group really felt we had to take a stance on was landscaping, and that's two-pronged. There's no question our city has historically been light on landscaping. And so we were certainly welcoming the idea to step that up a little bit. And so what we wound up with was a process that we believe works. It modernizes our landscaping a little bit. It is more onerous. It will cost the developers more money. It's more complex. But I think that's, if we continue to grow in a manner that we'd like to, that helps beautify the city. So that's a good thing. I also want to touch on some things that we support in this document. I just mentioned the refined landscaping. There's been a lot of discussion with engineering staff about severing or decoupling the platting process from engineering. That stems a little bit from, I think, some early comments I made years ago about having one style of development for commercial and another style of development for single family. And I think that was engineering staff's sort of tip of the hat to that. So that will make our processes a little bit easier. We're getting rid of dirt alleys. We're having more administrative approval on things such as amending plats and plat cuts and fills. So there are some good things about this. I agree with what Mr. McClendon said. We would hope that you would take to heart our last round of amendments. I apologize. We had to email that to you again. We got in a hurry over the Easter weekend and realized that we could have done a better job. So what we emailed yesterday and what I handed out is essentially the same thing that we turned in, last week. I'll be here to answer any questions regarding any of those items, and I would entertain any questions at all. Thank you.
You said, real quick, this that you just handed out is the exact same document that you emailed us individually?
No changes whatsoever.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that is, let me make sure that I'm not missing anybody. I've got too much paper up here. Okay, that's it for citizen comments, so. Where were we? Next matter of business, we need to approve the meeting minutes for the March 22nd meeting as well as the April 3rd meeting.
Motion to approve both.
Second.
I haven't seen those minutes. Do we have a copy of those?
Okay.
Can we move that to a different time or something?
Yes,
We can,
we can move
yeah.
that to the next,
Okay.
next meeting.
I withdraw the motion to approve.
Okay. So we will not approve those meeting minutes. We'll do that our next scheduled meeting.
Mr. Chairman, we will need a motion to postpone it to the next meeting, the consideration of the minutes.
I move to postpone the approval of the minutes.
Second.
Second, and that's for the March 22nd and April 3rd meeting minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. So next we'll move into the regular agenda, and we will ask Eric Rahino. He'll start us off.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Chairman, Planning and Zoning Commission, good to be with you this morning. I'm just going to kick us off. In order to help guide your discussion today, you have a tremendous amount of information, a tremendous task in front of you. I have a few recommendations on how you might want to consider taking up the business of the UDC today. I'll start by recapping the piece of information that you have. You have quite a bit. For starters, you have the red line version of the February 20th draft of the UDC. You have an amendment list that correlates directly to the 220 draft red line that you have. You also have copies of the, or a link to the zoning maps, which are also posted throughout this room by district of the changes and what the zoning maps would reflect, as that's part of the consideration as well. And the last thing you have is the amendment list provided by the development community. You received a copy of that yesterday. Some was handed out, copies were handed out at the dais. So that's, you have quite a bit of information and lots of different pieces of the UDC to tackle as you continue your discussions and consideration. My recommendation to you today would be to start with the red line version, start with the amendment list that was vetted by staff. Part of that was cleanup items that we picked up over the last 30 days or so. Some of that was also feedback that we received in the public hearing. If you recall, we went through that list line item by line item, and with the exception of 2 items that I had marked, I believe everything else seemed to have consensus. So there was 2 items, and those 2 items were that we wanted to come back and you as a commission wanted to come back and revisit were, number 1 was billboards, and number 2 was the maintenance bond. Regarding billboards, staff recommendation at this time as proposed in the UDC is to not make any changes to what the regulations are today. So the item you have in the amendment list basically just cleans up the UDC 220 draft, the February 20th draft, and basically keeps regulations the same. Now, that said, if you as a commission decide you want to take up that discussion, use staff as a resource. We do have a starting point of a possible corridor plan. If you wanted to have that discussion, that would be a starting point for you to begin that discussion and begin working through that, but it's not proposed in the red line version you have. The second item is the maintenance bond, and I believe Mr. Wheatley may have a proposal that he may want to propose that he discussed with staff as early as this morning. With that, once we've worked through that original amendment list in the red line, my other recommendation will be that that time then dive into the list that was handed out at the dais. If you have questions, if you have legal questions, we are posted for an executive session. We can recess into executive session and work through that list. But I would encourage you to take up the red line version first and then jump into that list and see how far we can get. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll hand it back over to you.
Okay, so maybe we start with if the legality of it all. Do y'all have any legal issues or legal questions that we need to go into executive session to address before we start the regular session meeting?
I would really prefer we talk before we get it, because we may come up with more that come up and we can move into it at that point.
Plus, I find that it's sometimes hard for us to know what a legal question is. It often comes up as we say something, then Kelly will chime in and say that's something we need to discuss in executive session. And so I think if we just go ahead and start, and then anything that becomes obvious that it's a legal question, we can save it for executive session.
Great idea. Okay, so following Eric's lead, do y'all want to start with the maintenance bond? What?
Sure.
There's a new red line version. Did everybody get a copy of that?
Well, it's the red line version still.
Did y'all have one?
This one.
I don't have that.
Does anybody?
Only there's copies of it.
I'm calling it the red line version.
It's red,
Just the
red ink,
fonts.
red.
Stuff.
Is it different? It's a little bit different. So since our last P and Z meeting, I've met with staff several times on this to try to find a way to carry this table on down to capture what a realistic residential subdivision would cost. Most of our residential subdivisions are falling in this $1 million to $5 million range, and so I was wanting to put a cap on that since most of them will fall in this line. The previous version stopped at 100 to 1 million, and most all residential subdivisions carried on from that and much higher. And so this is where we landed as a consensus, and I'm happy with this. I think it's a good compromise and keeps the maintenance bond cost from just being a runaway cost for the developers, but at the same time, it still accomplishes the goal of the city to protect the city from a developer walking away from a project or not honoring their warranty. So I do want to remind the commission that developers already do supply 1 and 2 year warranties on their projects. So this is another safeguard to put in place. So there's no changes from the $0 to $1 million. There's no changes on those percentages, but we just carried the table on down. And ultimately, you have a really big development that's over $5 million. It just caps the maintenance bond at $500,000. So this will be a maintenance bond provided from the developer to the city, along with their warranty documents. And it would be per phase or per project legal description attached to it. So talking to my bondsman, there was no way to do anything blanket. It had to be tied to a project.
Specific.
Yeah.
So basically what I'm hearing, $1 million to $5 million, and your $5 million and more, those are the limits that you're adjusting.
Yeah. So if you have a project that's $2 million, then it would be $200,000.
And you're setting a minimum.
Right. There's a minimum floor on it of $200,000 over $1 million, which is basically in line with the line above, but it gives a little bit of a break in between 1 to 2, which is what most of them fall in line with.
$1 million to $2 million?
Yes.
Okay.
And what this is covering is water, sewer, and paving. So those are the three items that you're covering with the maintenance bond.
And I'm sorry, if y'all have any questions, jump in. I'm assuming city staff, y'all have reviewed this. Is there any, do you have any pushback on this?
Myself and the city manager have met. We've discussed this with Mr. Warden. We've actually ran this particular scenario with various existing developments, and we feel that this proposal would give the city adequate protection and ultimately accomplishes what we're trying to accomplish. So
Okay.
staff is okay with the change, with the 2 additions to the table.
Okay.
So, and I guess this takes off the other developer's proposal, what's in the one they emailed us yesterday. So it supersedes it.
Replaces 47.
Yeah.
Yep.
It changes that second to last item to a minimum of 200,000, and then once it goes over that, it's 10%. The previous version said 250,000 fixed.
Right.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for staff? You understand what we're talking about? Okay. Well, if we're okay with that, I'm going to take that off our list at this point.
Okay.
I'm going to, do you have anything else, James? Were you about to say something? Yeah, all right, so we have support from both sides. Next topic. I guess let's jump into billboards.
If possible, I've got a few questions for Mr. Bertram, if he could come up.
And while he's coming up, there was, Mr. Christian had a PowerPoint that he had up there. Can we get a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. I just want to get you back up here just so I could ask you some questions. And I've seen you at these hearings many times and at P&Z. And can you give us, and just for the sake of this commission, just give us maybe a 1 to 2 minute back history of signage and billboards and your group's work on how we got from 0, which I'm considering the old pictures, to where we are now. Just brief overlay, because I know there's a long past history on billboards that a lot of us in this room are not aware of, and I just want to hear the history of where it went from 0 to today and how Lubbock looks, how it looks right now as a result.
All right. In 1975, when the city council commissioned the planning commission to and a study committee to look at our sign ordinance and our landscape ordinance, it was because they could see the clutter and the visual confusion on our streets. And they wanted the rest of the city to look like the area around the new Civic Center. And so we went to work with the study committee, and what we found was a system. In fact, we didn't really have a system of sign regulation then. It was each person that put up their sign, the business next door said, look how much bigger your neighbor's sign is. You need a bigger one. And so they would come in and get a bigger one. Well, when we looked at the billboards, there were billboard companies. It was Lubbock Poster back then. There were, I forget, there were over, I think there were less than 200 billboards back then. But the sign ordinance was designed to set standards based on scale. It was a matter of your lot frontage, and based on your lot frontage, you would have so many square feet of sign. They had to be set back. So there was maximum separation between each sign that was put up. And the billboard company was required, along with the rest of the city, to come under the amortization. It was a 6.5-year period. And after that period, all signs were supposed to come into compliance. However, the billboard company filed a lawsuit against the city of Lubbock to keep from having to come into compliance. There were 26 pleadings in that lawsuit. They lost every one in the local district court. They lost every one in the appeals court. They appealed to the Texas Supreme Court and were denied. So the Lubbock ordinance became a model for the rest of the Texas cities. And where we are today is, if you'll drive down any thoroughfare in Lubbock, it's just like I tried to mention when I was comparing the freestanding sign. Most businesses have taken less sign than they were permitted under the ordinance, simply because they don't have to compete anymore. Each sign is separated, each one can be seen plainly, and they're not lost in clutter. And one editorial comment: 6 years after the ordinance went into effect, developers would come into Lubbock and they would say, what do you do different here? Your city looks so clean. And what we began to understand is that people equate cluttered with dirty. And it was a revelation even to us, but we are uncluttered. And the examples I gave you of the unfair competition is that if these districts that these amendments are talking about opening up are allowed, you will totally overwhelm those local business signs that have complied with size and setback and height restrictions, because they are held to a different standard. And that may be more than you want to know.
No, that's it. I just think it's important for our board to hear the history of how we got here and the work that's been put in on it and why Lubbock looks the way it looks. So I just wanted everyone to hear that. I knew that there was more to the story than just what's happening before us today. So I just want, that's it.
Are there any other questions?
Anybody else? Not yet.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So anything else y'all want to talk about on billboards?
I would just like to I'd like to let Mr. Christian speak a little bit more to kind of expound upon his ideas and his thoughts on it too, to kind of just get more level, competing sides, I guess you're going to say, or different views, point, counterpoint.
Question for me?
Well, I just was wanting you to kind of expand upon yours and give you a little bit more time than you had in your 3 minutes on. You're talking about the differences and how maybe we could be win-win in competing to have a compromise in a sign ordinance.
I think there is plenty of room for compromise, because I appreciate the work on previous Mr. Bertram on cleaning up business signs, but I also feel strongly that we need to figure out a way to be pro-business. As a councilman, I always believed that it was our job to help every business grow as possible. With the corridor concept, which was presented to our subcommittee by a consultant that made a lot of sense. As you see in the document that I sent you, there's virtually no boards that on my thoughts and proposal that would be inside the loop, except for the one at McAllister Park. Obviously, I have a heart for McAllister Park, but if you look at where McAllister is, over 300 acres, and if I might, I would like to open up that PowerPoint just to show you, my point is that the traffic counts on both the north and the south side of that park are huge. And we also have very poor signage for our parks. If you drive around town, you don't know one park from another. But that location could be very beneficial to the ongoing development of McAllister Park because of the royalty that it would get. The concept of that royalty would not be unlike what we've been doing for years with Joyland. That's city property, and they would pay us a monthly royalty for that sign. We don't want to spoil the aesthetic value or the aesthetics, the natural value that we have going on. But I want to show you one thing that I think is pretty interesting in regards to particularly McAllister. On the north side across from the shopping center where the dog park is, there's already a billboard there above Watermasters. Why not renegotiate that contract, move it into the city property, put a digital board up there where we could make income for the park. Plus, once again, it could be a valuable tool for our emergency management program, like on this board, tornado warning in this area. My point is we need to have this dialogue. There is never going to be 200 boards or plus that Mr. Bertram is suggesting. In my 30 years in marketing and advertising, to put up those many boards would be the kiss of death because you would have clutter, but you would have message clutter too. It would not be to the benefit of any of the advertising to have one billboard after another, after another, after another. So to answer your question, I think we need to talk about this where we can. There's even a location. Let me get this one. This is the one at McAllister. The one on the right, on the left, is adjacent to the dog park. But look just right, 100 yards above Watermasters, there's already a board there. I don't know where the point of that I'm trying to make, and let's find a win-win for this thing. There's a locations. The other location that's city-owned property is our animal services location. That's one of those places you can't get there from here. If you've ever been out there, it's you have to have a map and a compass to get there. But there's an opportunity to put a board there so people will identify it and see it when they're coming around the East Loop. Plus, we could put other sorts of messages that relate to city services. Have an adoption day. Once again, warning for weather. We just need to sit down, and I'd love to talk to anybody individually about this, but I think there's some really opportunities that at the end of the day, there would not be many boards that would become a reality. And the corridors make sense. And the idea of trying to leverage city property and to create and to generate revenues to help, and all of my personal opinion is all those funds that would be generated would go to Parks and Rec. We're always desperate for money for Parks and Rec, whether it's new projects or maintenance. So I hope that kind of answers your question, but I think you can see the map that I gave you guys. I think there's some opportunities to use that as a template in conjunction with maybe some of the other things that the advertising companies have shown you too. But we're not going to go back to that clutter. We're not going to have billboards on 34th and 50th and University. It's not going to go back to that. As I said in one of those PowerPoint pages, the amount of growth that our city has had, what was it, 54 something square miles? You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out there are some places that make sense. that would be beneficial to everyone. So with that said, I hope that answers your question. Exactly. And I'd be happy to answer.
It just seems to me that we've got so much, and my question is any of the groups, the pros and the cons, ever sat down and tried to talk to do it instead of, being in different rooms and trying to go? Because, I'm born and raised in Lubbock. I live here. I remember back in the sign fighting days.
Yeah.
I go in and look. I don't ever want to go back to that.
No.
As you pointed out, billboards and signs are two different ways, but I don't want to say you can't have billboards because I think it points they're there, but I'm like I don't want to clutter it. So is there a compromise that, that you could be a win-win? It doesn't need to be you're a winner, you're the loser, but what's going to be the best? How can we do and go for it? That's more.
In any location, as you well know, that I learned as a board, it's going to have to be approved. Final approval is going to have to be by the council anyway. So to me, it's a project by project. If something doesn't work, but let's don't shut the door on an opportunity, in my opinion, a multi-leveled opportunity for doing something. And it really jumped at me when I saw that one board about the tornado warning. What a great opportunity to use that as an assistance for our early warning system. Our police department could then put help wanted signs on these things. We wouldn't have to stick up those boards that actually are not in compliance with our sign ordinance that we see them put up occasionally when they're wanting to have a recruiting class. So there's just a lot of positive opportunities if we look at this and be honest about how this could happen and how we police it, for lack of a better term.
Let me ask you a question. You were speaking a lot to city-owned property earlier. What is your take on, because what Mr. Bertram opens up, which I do consider to be an issue, is every zoning district. It's your Cs, it's your Rs, it's what do you think about that? Because there are going to be areas that.
Oh, sure. There's definitely good. If you look at the map on when most of the city property is not even really very close to any residential areas anyway. One that I found that I thought was very interesting on the Slayton Highway on the LP&L facility, the power plant out there. There is already boards out there, but if we negotiated, somebody wanted to put a board on that property, the traffic counts make sense, and I think that it would be scooped up in a heartbeat. And the other one is Municipal Hill, as you're going on I-27.
I think what Mr. Sawyer was alluding to is not the city-owned property, but to go out into, let's go private, public property that it's out in other zones that are outside that aren't just city-owned.
It's opening it up.
It's opening it up. And I
more
think
zoning.
No, I would not be in favor of that at all. Hearing the folks from Lamar, I think they made some good points that they would not, I would see that their proposal in regards to where we would not allow boards to be makes sense too.
So you're being more just for city-owned property. Is that what you're?
Well, that's one of the components. I mean, I don't have an absolute answer for you on all the above, but I think that I would just wanted to open up the idea that city-owned property could be a possibility of where boards could make sense. And once again, primarily a revenue generator, just like we've done for years with Joyland. I think there's some other properties that we have lease agreements with where we're generating income. So that's where I'm coming from. Let's find a way to leverage city-owned property to generate revenues to help maintain and grow and develop our park system. Because I would, if that ever happened, I would want every dollar of those royalties going to our Parks and Recreation Department. And I think you see the stars on my board on the document that I sent you. There was maybe 10 total. Some of them would never happen, but I did want to at least mark out those city-owned properties that, in my professional opinion, would be marketable to outdoor companies because of the traffic counts. It would just be silly to put one up in a place that would not be a business smart for outdoor companies.
Okay.
That's good?
Thank you.
Thank you. And hopefully I'll let somebody else pull it down.
Mr. Sawyer, I think you bring up a good point, because going and listening to him, how he speak for city-owned properties but then we don't want to necessarily set up something and go for, it's good for us, but it's not good for everybody else. So I think there's got to be more discussion, and I do know that I go back and forth on this each time, but one thing that I do know is if we ever did go to it, I think we still have to keep it specific use and not be
100%.
permitted.
Yes, I agree with that.
I mean, but I think we still got a lot of discussions about where we go, what we do. I mean, the one I would consider would be the corridor plan, but then there would have to be a lot of, let's say, restrictions or limitations on what it could be and how close and be able to come in. And I'd like to know what the rest of the commission thinks.
I'd like to hear the city's version of that Eric mentioned.
Yeah, and while Eric, while you're coming up, or city staff, you want to hear what from city?
Didn't you say you had a potential start to the conversation on the corridor?
And the PowerPoint, he had their architectural restrictions.
Right.
I didn't think about that.
No, and I mean, that's what I'm saying, to me, we come in, it's one of those dues, but do you find a way, even if we do go to the corridor plan, that we allow it, but there are restrictions and architecturals and kind of having to design where it's not just free will?
So as a starting point, here's one thing to consider. So you really have a couple options. I'm hearing there's interest in having that discussion. We are prepared to have that discussion with you today. If you'd like to proceed, we have, I believe we can pull up one of the maps that we printed. We can also pull it up on the PowerPoint of a corridor plan option that you can at least start that discussion. Another item that another route you may want to consider as well, if you want to take it up, to me, it is a pretty significant item. I think it will take some time to work through it. Another option would be to set it aside, move forward with the red line as is, and then take it up immediately after and take it up as an issue in its own. So,
that might be a good idea because we can get a lot knocked out on the red line and get hung on this.
And in the meantime, we could send out that corridor plan. We can send out kind of just a rough summary of what it is compared to what it is today. That would be another option. But it's however the commission wants to proceed. We're here to be a resource to you.
I'm glad you bring that up. Are y'all okay with kind of sidelining the billboard talk for now and hitting the red line?
Yeah, let's get as much as we can get out of the way before we go to that.
Yeah.
Good with that, Tina? Okay, who wants to start with the red line? Yeah.
So basically, the first red line that we had out today, this is the one that we originally got after the public meeting, that we got all the corrected pages for our manuals and stuff for.
That is correct. That one has not changed since you last reviewed it. And as you recall, we reviewed that item by item at the last meeting, with the exception of coming back to two items, which was billboards and the maintenance bond.
Okay.
Everything else, I believe there appeared to be consensus from our standpoint. So I believe that list has been reviewed, unless you want to revisit anything we've already discussed.
I don't think we do need to revisit anything.
I think that was the big part. I think that stuff was all agreed upon between the parties, pretty much understanding that they came into that.
Yep, staff recommends those, yes.
Yeah, billboards asides and the bonds, and we just took care of the bonds. So
yes, sir.
We can put the billboards off to discuss later, but I think that we still go into the other recommendations that the group had, and like to get city staff input and response on some of those too, to find out. I know, me personally, when we're going through that, when the group sent out their amendments, it's nice to be able to read it to say what it is, but sometimes when you get into the context of looking to how it fits into the whole section and stuff, it gives a little different purpose to do. And I think that's where, I know for my part, where I was hesitant when they sent these off at the last minute. It's not as easy as just looking at this to going back to see how it affects, so.
So for everybody,
Yeah, I think we're good on the red line version. We went line by line.
Susan, you good with this? Tanner? Yes. Okay.
I'd like to,
Terry, you good? Are you good with that approach? I'm taking this off, if you all are good with it.
Okay. So it looks like we're through the red line version, setting billboards aside. So now the next item you had before you would be the amendment list you received from the development community with the revised version that was provided yesterday and handed out today. My advice for you on that, if there's questions of staff, ask away. If there's legal questions you have, we are posted for an executive session, so.
I think you wanted to.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask a clarification of you two, Eric? And when we're talking about setting billboards aside, does that mean leave the regulation as is today? Or in a,
I think that means there's going to be more
Discussion, we're just going to move them till later in the meeting.
oh, okay.
Later today.
Okay.
And I may be, right now, what I'm tossing around in my mind, and this is open to everybody, obviously, but what are the options with that? We pull it off the list and out of the UDC to be considered completely separate, or do we, if I'm hearing everybody correctly, and the feedback we've gotten from the authors of all this is kind of, we're looking at a potential another postponement, where we can go back and meet with these individuals and talk about it more and come back with a recommendation for city council?
Sure. So as part of the UDC adoption, the recommendation to you all and council is to repeal the existing zoning ordinances. So if you wanted to leave it as is, we would need to carve out an exception to not repeal the current billboard ordinances, because we don't want to be in a place where we have zero regulation.
Correct. That makes sense, yeah.
And then if y'all want to change how it is today in any way, then you would do that as part of your recommendation as a whole.
But if we wanted to pass it in order to keep the regulation as it is today with this UDC, including the change in the red line version, which makes it specific use in LI and GI, that would keep it as it is today? Is that right?
I'm not sure how it compares.
Yeah,
that's correct.
That's
But
the way I understand
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
This recommendation from the city, does that spell out the repeal that you just explained?
No, and if y'all make that change, as long as
There
you,
is no
as
repeal.
long as you make a recommendation
Yeah.
for a regulation, then we won't have a problem.
So my understanding is basically the way it is in the draft we have now is exactly as the ordinance is currently. Is that correct, Kristen?
The text, yes.
text.
What Mr. Wheatley is referring to is correcting the land use matrix to show specific use in LI and GI, which matches our current regulations.
You know, if you adopt the February 20th version along with that amendment list where it references
the red
billboards,
lines.
that carries over exactly what we have
Okay,
today.
that was the question.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think the billboard thing is just one problem
Oh, yeah, sure.
with this UDC, and I don't think, and I think that there are other problems that are a little more complex. I happen to agree with Mr. Payne. I think that we maybe need to pump the brakes a little bit and not feel pressured to pass the thing today.
Absolutely.
And so I wonder if we're sort of getting the cart ahead of the horse. It's one thing to say, okay, yeah, we agree with these amendments, those are fine. I think that getting started on the billboard conversation is really important. That's something we can do today. It might be the only thing that we get done today. I don't know. I think there's room for compromise between the two parties. I'm not sure that we're necessarily the ones doing the compromise, but I know that, first of all, let me say, I don't really like billboards. I don't. But, I like royalty for the city. I think that's okay. And I think that there's probably some room for adding some of them. I would like to see specific use retained. I would like to see maybe a cap on how many total billboards we have per however many miles we have as the city grows. Like you can have this many per this amount. Something along those lines I'd be very open to. But I'm not sure that's our job, but I'd like to see maybe the two groups get together and hash it out and then bring us a proposal. And that would be something that we wouldn't get done today. And I'm not sure that I think that the most expedient thing we could do is to say, slow down, that's one issue we have to talk about. I think we do have to talk about amortization. I don't know that it goes in this UDC, but I think that we have to talk about some of the things that have been brought up by the citizens at these meetings. And these are complicated, thorny issues. This is such a privilege to do what we're doing, which is to chart the future of our city and how it's going to look. This is not an onerous chore. This is a privilege. And I think that, everybody's talked about how many years and hours and so on they've put in on it. We got this a month ago, and this is our first chance to give input. And I don't know why we would be expecting to do less than what others have done, which is to consider this very seriously and not to just try to push it through as fast as we can. So I'm advocating, let's pump the brakes before we start saying, let's take this out and go ahead and see if we can pass it without that or whatever. I think we need to look at the whole thing and look at all these issues and try to get the best document as close as we can. We're really close to the finish line, I think, but there are some complicated questions that still remain, and billboards is just one of them. And I know that, everybody is, especially the people who've worked on it for a long time, they'd like to see this done. As Terry Holman said, it's the light at the end of the tunnel for them. Well, on the other hand, as Thomas Paine says, we're the last line of defense. And when this document goes to be recommended to the city council, it's got our name on it, right? And it's our legacy. We're the ones recommending it. And I don't want 20 years down the road, what I'd like to see is that somebody looks at that document and says, they were on top of it, and this is a great document. And so we're not going to get perfection, but I think we should aim for excellence.
I agree that, so you take a good 10,000-foot view approach of this. So for as long as I've been dealing with it, I narrowed it down to about 6 items is what I had for today. One of them was amortization, but I was of the opinion it's not in the UDC. I do think it's very complicated. I think it's a completely different animal, and I don't think it should be considered with the UDC. And I was going to make a recommendation that we set up a separate council, chaired by Susan Tomlinson.
Okay.
To create, to bring people onto that council so that we can begin, aside from the UDC, that we can start the process of really diving through all that, because it needs to be considered seriously. I totally agree with that.
Yes, it does.
So that was going to be my recommendation for amortization. And so is everybody okay with that? Is that something that you'd be willing to do, Susan? And is this, legally, can I do this? Is this something, am I out of bounds here?
You all can make a recommendation of anything.
Okay.
Well, and just for clarity, earlier we were talking about kind of taking billboards off the list right now and getting to it later.
But the problem is...
And we were just looking at the options of what are our options. We're
Yeah.
not like saying, this is what we want to do right now. We're just saying, like, let's look at the next thing on the list now.
I will say I'm not prepared to call a vote on this today.
Okay.
I feel, I'm looking at this and all the great work that was done, we haven't had time to look at this.
Yeah.
We got to stop making these little
And that
changes so
reassures
that we
me,
can time.
because I don't think that we are anywhere close to taking a vote on this today.
No, and I think, Susan,
Yeah.
I think what you're doing, and I think we just got into the parts, and again, and I know when I'm the one, the billboards, is I was just saying, push it. Let's not beat on that. Let's go look at some of these other things
Yeah.
we
Get
can
some
do
work
before,
done.
because
Yeah.
I wasn't ready to vote today too, because
Yeah.
if somebody forced me to vote today, I would have said no.
Okay, well, thank you. I wanted that clarified, because I was starting to feel like we were getting into, well, let's take that out and then take a vote. And
should've
I'm
said
not
that.
ready
Yeah.
for that.
No,
I
it was
think we have things to talk
table it and
about.
get back, and we'll come back. We'll tackle that. We skipped one of the problems in your test, and we're coming back to get it at the end.
Okay.
So make the recommendation about the,
So, amortization.
Yes.
I'm going to make the recommendation that your vote, yes?
Yeah, you don't need a separate vote for that. It would just
Okay.
be in your full recommendation to the council.
Okay.
I hear everyone saying we need to pump the brakes, but I do feel like we've got to make some strides and quit putting things off just to soak stuff in. I mean, we've got to get rolling and make some strides. I think we need to focus on one thing at a time and quit bouncing around. But this is back on billboards. I think we've got to go some direction. And this is just my opinion. And I respect both sides on the billboard deal. But I think we got to respect the history of where we came from on billboards and signage, And you have to like how Lubbock looks right now. I do. I hear you, Susan. I don't like them either, but I am in favor of leaving it how it is going forward. It's still going to be specific use. I don't hear anybody saying from the public they want more billboards other than the billboard companies. I mean, I don't hear any citizens saying, we want more signs, we want more billboards. Again, this is just my opinion, and I respect both sides. I respect the billboard business. I get it. There's plenty of places to put them, but I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel on the billboard deal. I feel like, you know, we could spend hours hearing proposed plans and corridors and this and that, but I like how it is right now.
And Jordan,
I just don't feel
yeah.
like we got to dive in and dissect something that's not broke.
And I can certainly agree with you on that. Like I said, I don't really care for billboards. I'm not sure I'm driven to see the need for more of them. The royalty thing appeals to me, but is it enough to change the character of Lubbock? We don't want to be Dallas or Fort Worth or whatever. We want to be Lubbock, and that's part of who we are. So I'm on the fence with billboards, but I don't personally think we need more of them. I'm not persuaded that we need more of them. I'd be open to a compromise that both sides agreed.
So do we have is it an option, James? We have the option, Kelly, just make sure, to approve it as is. But what if, can we treat it like the amortization where we set up, I think there needs to be more discussion on billboards. But is that an option, to approve it as is, so that it's, I really hate for one thing to be holding up the UDC in its entirety. But to leave that door open. Maybe it's a separate committee that we put together to meet with the individuals and the sign companies to say, you know, where is that middle ground? Kind of like we did with the sliding scale. We brought both sides to the table and said, give me your best and final, and we worked through it.
Sure. Just, you know, keep in mind again, like we mentioned earlier, this is a recommendation to City Council. So whatever you all recommend is for them to decide what they'd like to see also.
Yeah, I mean, we got to keep in mind this, what we're doing is a recommendation to council, and they're going to do with it what they please, but we could subcommittee this thing to death.
Yeah.
And just.
That's almost counterintuitive.
Be paralyzed by just subcommittees, but I'm inclined to just leave it how it is. That's me. Let's roll. I like the cleanliness of Lubbock, and that would be my opinion and recommendation to council.
Okay.
But I do think we have to consider the fact that we have to have growth in Lubbock. And so the corridor plan might truly be a good compromise. We just haven't been able to really see the new one that they have.
And we're going to, I think you're going to want something drafted to say.
Well, and I think one of the one is I think what we asked a while ago is we don't have to decide right now at this second what we're going to do at billboards. Let's move on to what we got. Let's get some of this knocked out, and then we can come back and discuss and argue and go over it.
Yeah.
Or we can sit here and talk about it for 5 hours and not make a decision
Maybe-
and not get anything done.
Maybe that's actually the best way to do it, is to say, okay, as we did with the amendments, like, what do we approve of? And then move on.
And then come back and
Yeah.
say, okay, just like we said, we got these 2 items.
Yeah.
Let's skip over it. Let's look at their proposals, then we can come back and spend time on the discussion.
And Mr. Chair, if I could make one point of clarification. In order to bring something back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for consideration at a later date, it has to be the property owner, like a zone change, or city staff. You all on your own can't bring issues back before this body. So just wanted to clarify that.
But for fact, in our discussion, we can say, in this meeting, before we make
Of
a
course.
recommendation, until we
course.
make a recommendation, we can talk about it till we're
Yes,
blue in the face.
I just felt like you need the clarification so everybody understands.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll suggest we move on to this document right here. Jordan, you're about to speak on it. So just the green shaded areas have been agreed to by city staff on this document. Is that right, Robbie? the green, because I'm not gonna go over it if it's.
Right. That is correct. Now, I will say, we got a new amendment list, and there were some things that were taken off of the amendment list you got at the last meeting that were withdrawn. There have been some new ones added. We really just haven't had time to look at them real thorough, and I don't want to make decisions. There are some things in there, yes, the green ones correspond to the previous list that we really had no problem with as staff. Now, I will say, I've tried to bring our consultant, we're still under contract with our consultant who is actually making these revisions in the code. So I really like to communicate with them on some of these. We just didn't see a lot of problems with those that were very minor. There's some that really we need to think about. I don't want to make a rash decision and say, no, absolutely not on this one if it's not well thought out and I've talked to the consultant and get their opinions on it. I think there's still some that are on there that are good ideas. Okay. So right now, I don't know that we're in a position to really comment on these simply because the list, there's been some added that weren't on the previous list. And we just really need to review them and look at them and take cautious steps on this is kind of my recommendation. I don't want to say no, throw that out. There are some that were removed at staff's request, obviously. The numbers don't correspond to the previous amendments. That's why I would like for this list just to supersede the previous one because it's been reorganized. The ones that are in green are the ones that we did say staff had no problem with those amendments.
Well, but I think it's what he's saying too, because I sat here last night and tried to go through and go the first list they had, and in one list it was number 12. In the next, or it was number 13. In the next list, it was 16, and 13 and 14 were nude.
Yeah.
So in their sheet, they
Yeah.
went off, and you're having to go back and try.
Well,
which
yes.
one is it? Which replace?
Right. Like it'll say Amendment 7 withdrawn. I think they just got a little reorganized, which is fine. But really, it was Amendment 4 that was removed, which is it's not a problem. But we need to just basically take this new list and look at it and not try to compare it to that other list. Really, this just needs to supersede it now. Briefly looking at it, there are some things where part of the reason I need to look at them is because they've revised some things to lessen the request of what they were asking, which we certainly appreciate that. They've changed them a little bit to where we need to take all that into consideration. There are some good ideas on there, but I think that the best thing to do is what you said, Zach, is for us to just take a little more time to look at these. And before we say no to something, I don't want something minor to hold up adoption of the UDC. At the same time, I don't want to say okay to something that we find out had a domino effect that, oh, well, we probably should have looked at that one a little bit more. So that's basically my...
So with that, were you about to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked over this list from Terry's group. A lot of this stuff is very, very basic, very, very basic. And I'd like to have Terry come up, if you can, and go through this like we did with the red line version. I just had a few questions on maybe 4 or 5 of them to explain, and then I think we've got to attack something, and so I think we need to attack this. So Terry, if you can.
I'll agree, but I like to make the comments. You say it's very basic, but you're in the development business, so you understand it. There's a lot of us that are not, and we need to be like the first graders and be taught and understand what it is and put it in. Well, put simply, Zach, like I told you, put it in simple layman terms, what you're trying to get and why you're looking at that and why you think it needs to be changed.
Yeah, I'm about to get into that, James. And I can explain what I consider basic.
Well, I'd rather somebody else, instead of you being on the dais, being involved in it, trying to explain it to me.
Okay,
If you could respect
so you
that.
set the agenda, line items, Terry.
Terry, I just want to rewind the tape 4 years ago when the consultant first presented us this back at the old council chambers.
Okay.
You and I were there. Consultant gets up and says, this is going to make everything easier, better. It's an improvement. Do you feel like now, after all of y'all's work and the staff's work to today, like let's say we approve these amendments, the red line amendments, all the changes that have been made already in the UDC, are you in a position to say that this is an improvement from how things are right now? Like, is this better overall?
Mr. Wheelie, I alluded to that a little bit in my 3 minutes earlier. There are aspects of this code that we've long wanted, which are an improvement. And I ran out of time earlier, but I had already mentioned the decoupling of plats. Some of the land uses that we sort of deal with in the current code are just outdated or just maybe not really applicable anymore. We always joke about the hot tamale plant that seems to show up in every zoning district, right? So the zoning categories in this new document are a little more generalized and modernized, okay? We have brew pubs and those types of things which are now really embedded in the document more than just an add-on in our current code. It's a cost to development, but I would agree that it's a good thing for us to get rid of dirt alleys. This code does that, okay? Alleys are going away for the most part anyway. There's more administrative approval, which is a good thing. So flying a little higher up, there are positive aspects that we can harvest from this new code. The contrary to that is, there's no doubt it is more complex. It is going to be, on the consultant side, involve quite a bit more care and expense to put a development together. We're no longer a town of 100,000 people. We're a city that's knocking on the door of 300,000. So I attribute that to maybe, this is us growing up a little bit. But so is it better? Some aspects of it are. Is it more complex? Yes. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's a loaded question.
Okay. Yeah, because just my feel on it is like, let's say we pass everything, just me as a developer, I'm not just super excited about it. I mean, I don't see anything where I personally get a leg up, or I'm going to make more money, or...
You won't.
Or this is going to be just a bunch of hidden gems for the development community and the home builders. There's not a lot of just awesome things in here for us, but so I don't want people, I'm saying these things is I don't want people to think that we're trying to pass the UDC so we can make more money. I mean, this is going to cost. There's aspects of this that's going to cost the developers more money.
And a more effective way to word that, it's going to cost the home buyer more money.
Correct.
Yes.
A lot of it's going to get passed down, but in the same breath, I respect your group's work 100%. My goodness, I don't think that we would even be to this hearing without y'all's work and the staff's work, because I think that there was 2 or 3 times that the whole thing probably was on the verge of dying when we were losing planning directors over, 2 or 3 of them. I was ready to punt the whole thing, but I feel like we're on the 1 foot line to get it across the goal line. These amendments in here, yes, I understand them, but because I'm a developer, but the things that are in here in these amendments are not like, oh my gosh, this is going to be so awesome for developers and home builders. It's just, these are not those items. I feel like these amendments are cleanup items. And these items in your amendments, this is a small section or a small list of things that are excluding what's already been changed in the UDC over the last really 6 months. You guys have really changed a lot, and with staff. So I think it would be of good practice if we go through these, because we've got to dive into them. We have to, so everyone understands them. But some of these things, if you have time here, I wanted to go through some of these things. Amendment.
Yeah, start with Amendment 3 and work your way in.
Amendment 3 talks about striking a projected cornice or other ornamental at the top of the parapet shall be provided for these new buildings. It's my understanding that is, you're wanting to...
Before you go into a long explanation of it, does anybody have any issues with Amendment 3?
No.
Any questions, any concerns? Are we okay with it being struck?
No. I'm not gonna be okay with any of them struck till the city's had a chance to review it and give their input.
Okay.
That's completely fair.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where we're at.
I mean, I don't mind talking about them and getting the input, but I think if they worked on them and they came up with them, I think the city needs to have a chance to say, okay, I understand, to find out, why do you want this, where do you go? I think it's good to have it, but I'm not gonna just take anybody's word and say, oh, it's great, take it and go, and you don't know about it.
We're not asking you to do that. Nobody's asking you to do that.
But you said I'm ready to strike it.
Well,
We already said we wanted to fix it.
What I'm trying to do is go through these amendments. Like, let's talk about it. We're here. Let's work. I mean, we've got everybody
Okay,
here.
we can talk about
We
it.
need to
Don't
go
say
through.
strike them.
Well,
That's-
that's what we're proposing. I'm not saying you have to agree to that. I'm just, do you have any issues with the corners? And if you don't understand
I
any.
don't understand it, that's why I want to get more about it.
Perfect. So you want to explain that?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just remind everyone to turn their mic on. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, I want to go through this list because we went through the city's list. And we've
you're
got,
right.
we've got to go through the list.
Terry, this is your list, right?
This is a collaborative effort, and there are some items on this list that I can speak, I believe, very intelligently to. There's some that I cannot. And I will ask, if I can ask Mont to step up. There are some, I think I can give you a brief explanation on this particular one. There will be some that I will plead the fifth on, quite frankly.
Okay.
On this one, I think the issue there is that's an architectural element that we believe does not apply in downtown, and it's something that would be, in our mind, I think, better suited for HPO, Historic Preservation Overlay District, rather than embedded in the code itself. And so that was why we were, Mont, you tell me if that's
Right.
accurate.
Cornice and parapet refers to roofing details.
Yes.
What happens at the top of a roof, right? And we don't want to get in UDC to design work of how a building looks at the top of the roof. I get it.
And I think there could be an argument that that may not really be an appropriate architectural element in downtown Lubbock.
Because there's all different there's all different kinds of designs.
Yes.
Flat roof, peak, you name it.
Right.
Okay.
Our historic districts would not be relative to 1780. We're mid-century modern, and that's who we are.
Okay. Anything they want to add, Amendment 3, before we move on? Because the next one is compiles of, I'll say, buffer yards.
So
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, 4, 5, and 6 have to do with buffer yards. I think it would be good for our panel to hear your definition of unseen landscaping and just maybe group the 4, 5, and 6 together.
Well, and candidly, as it's titled, unseen landscaping, may be not as clear as it could have been. The issue here is, if I'm remembering this section of the code, this particular spot was relative to basically an additionally stated buffer yard requirement behind self-storages and mini storage. And we have a bit of a weird issue with that I don't have an answer for yet, quite frankly. Of anything that would be considered to be unseen landscaping, it would be a green space of sorts behind a self-storage. As we're transitioning to a no-alley development, if you have a self-storage and, typically we're allowed to put the back wall of the self-storage on the alley line, which is what we customarily have. If we have a buffer yard behind that, you have now the back wall of a self-storage, and you have a green belt, and likely the residential fence 10 feet away from that. I struggle with actually how that's going to work. Now, to be fair, we spoke with planning department, and we all agree that there is some benefit to have some vertical green element buffering between the trees, right? Buffering between the back of residential and commercial. With the self-storage, there's really two things at play. There already is a buffer yard requirement nestled into the zoning categories as well. So our thought was, why is this statement in here when the buffer yards are really already identified as a thing that's in the table? It may not necessarily be wrong, but for self-storages, that's kind of an odd situation, and I have to admit, I don't have a magic bullet to fix that.
Okay.
So our recommendation was to strike it and rely simply on the buffer requirements that are already nestled in the main sort of buffer part of the code.
Okay.
Does anybody have anything they want to ask, add, issues, concerns about buffer yards?
Hang on, just give me just a minute. I'm looking it up in the UDC.
Sure.
Let's see what it says.
I probably could have brought my laptop and had it handy myself, but
You know, it's kind of hard to go through this.
It's also on the pages that you got the UDC on here.
yeah, that'd be great, thanks.
What I did is I just went to Google Chrome, and I've just got it basically on the Encode, so you can click on different links. Would you want to do it that way?
Does that match the red line version?
And yeah, I should ask if city staff wants to add anything to, while Terry's speaking about this or after he speaks,
Yeah, we
wanna
can.
hear it.
We can. I'm going to pull the red line draft up.
I think that would, maybe both. Then, because so what he's pulling up for me is the PDF, which is the sort of the red line draft that we have been working from. Admittedly, the web version is a little easier because you can bounce around from section to section a little more so than just cursing through pages.
Yes.
So
The online version is the 220 draft with none of the red line amendments that you're seeing that have already been made. So
yeah,
I got them both pulled up there.
Thank you very much.
This is the red line version right here. Okay.
Okay.
This is just our list of
Gotcha.
amendments. So.
And then the web browser is your Google Chrome right here.
Right, and
Okay.
it's one of the tabs. There's multiple tabs.
Oh, good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now I'm dangerous.
Okay. Thank you.
Amendment 8, sidewalks and central open space.
Yeah, so this is in my mind, a cleanup. And this is a great example of where the authors of the document may not know Lubbock as well as we all do. And to be fair, I did go back and reread that section, and it's not as black and white as even I thought it was. But there's reference here, basically this is in the context of sidewalks in quote-unquote central open space in the MU districts downtown. But then it goes on to say, it talks about, the central open space shall be accessible to pedestrians, bicycles, vehicles. And then it goes on to say sidewalks shall be a minimum of 6 feet wide, and this is how it's worded currently. So I'm going to go through my strike-throughs here. Sidewalks shall be a minimum of 6 feet wide, and their outer edge shall be a minimum of 6 feet from the street curb. Okay, so from the street curb tells me that's talking sidewalks in public right-of-way, right? That requires, and my initial comment weeks ago was that that's a bit ambiguous. What is the outer edge of the sidewalk, okay? Well, in discussions with staff, it was their intent that in downtown, sidewalks be positioned on the property line. Okay, fair enough. But if you have a 6-foot walk and it's required to be a minimum 6 foot from the back of curb, that's 12 feet. Rarely, very rarely in downtown do we have 12 feet to actually work with. So the condition can't be met in almost all circumstances. Citizens Tower, you've got 17 foot of parkway out on your east side. Great. 9 foot on the north, roughly 9 or 10 on the east, on the west, and 8 or 9 foot on the south. So this is a cleanup. What I'm saying is sidewalks in public right-of-way, since this is in the context of central open space, sidewalks in public right-of-way shall be a minimum of 6 feet wide and contiguous with the property line. Where sidewalks connect to other existing walks, transitions to align with the existing walks must be constructed in conformance with applicable TAS, that's Texas Accessibility Standards requirements. So all that is hey, this is how This is how much room we have to work with in Lubbock, USA. That's all it really is.
No, and it's like, my question's when I'm coming back and going, when you can give an explanation, like I said, with us not in it, we're going, okay. But when you're going 6 feet, I'm going in my mind going 6 feet, 6 feet. I'm picturing that too, but.
Be great if we had it.
Yeah.
That's the issue. And so, you know, I've eaten, slept, and breathed this stuff for 40 years. And so there's a lot of things that people like Mont and I just know that others, including yourselves, because you don't live in the trenches with us, that we feel like we had to point out.
Well, and that's good. But do you understand why I'm asking and going?
Absolutely. You bet.
Let me understand what you're doing, because we're going to be the ones when this comes through or gets passed up here looking at this stuff and going, okay, and don't want to be going, oh, what's that? I didn't know that.
So
Yes, sir.
the part that you're proposing taking out is, and I don't know what the builder's term for it is, but gardeners call it the hell strip, you know, the part between the street and the sidewalk.
Right.
Right, so, do you have some distance that you're putting between that, or would the 6-foot sidewalk be right on the street?
The 6-foot walk would be, I would say the inner edge of the walk would be on the property line. In downtown, we oftentimes have a building wall on the property line, and so your public walk would nestle right up next to that. And then whatever's left over, be it 2 feet or 9 feet, is the remainder of the parkway. And by the way, these are minimums, right? Minimum 6-foot walk. And so what's left is things that would be constructed in conformance with any kind of design guidelines that are adopted, tree wells, whatever is come up with for downtown Lubbock.
Okay.
It's, in other words, you can't have 6 and 6. You got to pick one.
No, that's a lot of real estate that you're losing to the building. I mean, that you can't put a building on, right?
No, this is all area in the public right of way. So those lines are set before we put a shovel in the ground.
Everybody good with sidewalks?
And Susan, what you got to remember too is
Pardon me?
some of these just are applying to specific districts, not every district. So this one was just in the MU.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, to me, that's where you got to get in and put into the total context.
Yeah.
Okay, Amendment 9, can you explain what street trees are? And why you're striking it?
And why you hate them?
This says as worded, street trees are discouraged in the MU districts. I think there's been some play back and forth on whether or not they're wanted or not. And for us, we felt like it was a little better to be silent on that and let any downtown design guidelines govern rather than what's in the UDC itself.
So this strike.
There's an argument that can be made that we're loaded up with utilities. We have all this utility duct bank system in downtown that we're already contending with. So it's not necessarily a terrible idea, but it was something that we felt better left silent.
I think you'd mentioned that at one of the previous meetings about getting in, if they've got the cabling and all that stuff, and you get trees, have to dig and cut and all that, so.
Yeah.
But you're basically saying, not taking out discouraged, you're just leaving it silent, so if somebody wanted to, they could, basically.
That was our position on this document, yes.
Okay. Amendment 10, the way I read that was we wanted to strike a door and window recommendation. Again, that gets into the design, the personal design of a building. Is that correct?
This is where I pass the buck to Mr. McClendon. He's better versed on this topic than I am.
And while Mr. McClendon's coming up, let me ask, has the commission, the list that we're going line by line on, have y'all had time to look at this to the point where you know what you have questions on or know what you don't?
I do.
Yeah.
You feel comfortable about what you
I
want?
mean, pretty much, I went through, some of them I did.
Because what I'm trying to do is alleviate from going amendment by amendment. So what if, Jordan, if you're okay with that, one of you start, kind of dive into what you have questions with, because from a construction and developer, I know you're comfortable with these. I know, Tanner, you are as well. Are y'all okay doing that rather than?
Sure.
Going amendment by amendment?
What do you mean?
So rather than go, okay, Amendment 10, Amendment 11, let's start by, what amendments do you have issues with?
Okay.
Because the majority of them, we may not have an issue with at all. We
Okay.
don't even need to discuss.
Okay.
Well, I don't think I have issues on that. I just have questions on like why they're
Yeah.
deleting in the historical preservation.
Right.
group. So, you know.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Save some time?
So do you want me to list the ones I had questions on?
Yeah, why don't you start, you go first.
Okay. I had questions on 19, 20.
Sorry, Mont, I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine.
Can we go line by line and just say, do you have a question? Yes or no?
Let's just
That
do
way
that.
we-
There you
Let's
go.
just keep going. Does anyone have a question on 10?
Yeah.
So why don't we change it in a historical preservation overlay?
You're back.
I'm back. So the answer to that is the same answer to 3, 10, and 11. These are vestiges from our existing code that no longer fit in the context of the new paradigm under the UDC. The information that you don't have is not that, well, 10 in particular, there is no HPO downtown. So we've got design language about something that doesn't exist, complicating things, which seems like a bad policy to me. But the information that you don't have, and I just got a text about, is that the downtown, the CBD TIF board has been pursuing professionally designed, historian vetted, and architecturally recommended design guidelines for a federal application for a historic district downtown. We expect to see the first proposal of that in 3 weeks. And we will have design guidelines specific to the built fabric of downtown to apply for a federal district, hopefully by the end of the year. With that information, we can then come in and perhaps ask for an HPO to follow along, and then we'll have design guidelines that actually reflect the fabric of downtown. These things, 3, 10, and 11, don't have that information either. It's just vestiges of what we had before. The irony is that 9 is a complete 180 from what we have now downtown. We've got a street tree planning ordinance downtown. It's terrible because it's monocultures and you end up with grackle habitat and you end up with, a blight or a wilt coming through and killing half the trees and everything dies at once. Regardless. The feeling on 3, 9, 10, and 11 is either let's be silent on the issue or let's not put the cart before the horse just because. Let's wait until we have something that actually reflects the built environment downtown. And I told you a while ago, there's an asterisk. There's more coming. That's one of the things that's coming. I fully expect to be back here at some point to talk about design guidelines relative to downtown in an HPO, which will add some additional protections at the city regulation level that just a district by itself won't do. But there's no reason to build in a bunch of cruft until we can get it right.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Okay.
I can speak to helipads briefly. You're basically, you can't put a helicopter or a helipad next to a residential neighborhood without asking permission.
So I'll maybe expand on that a little bit. And I'm not picking on helipads. That seems to be the things that I've mentioned at this podium a number of times before, but let's put this.
Does anybody have any questions about helipads?
Sorry.
Or that specific amendment that you'd like to discuss?
12 and 13.
They're tied together. Let me get back to my list to make sure I'm looking at the same thing. Yes. Today, if I want to do a fire station, or if I want to do a police substation, I'm required to come to you and ask for a specific use zoning, regardless of the district. I had to do that on all 3 of the substations most recently. The way that the wording is put in this document, it says helipads are allowed by right, with a P permitted by right, as a non-residential accessory use in all but one of the commercial districts, okay, all but the office district, as I recall. So then it goes on to say helipads are limited to hospital, public safety. So public safety, in my view, is police and fire. Maybe other components as well. So then if you go in the land use matrix and you go look at, public use buildings, such as police and fire, they're permitted by right across the board in every zoning district. And I think an argument can be made that, that's not a bad thing. But here's the fallout of that. We no longer have to do a specific use zone case for example, a police substation. And if you had a police substation or a fire station that wanted to have helicopter ability, they would be able by right to do their facility in any zoning district. And then the accessory use, as with the helipad, would be allowed in all of the commercial districts, but for the office, as I recall. And I need to go back and check I think I'm misspeaking on that.
Yeah, I don't think, is everybody, is that?
My mistake. Helipads, it's the office district that caught my attention, and I did misspeak, I apologize. As an accessory use, a helipad, it says hospital/public safety is allowed by right in the office district as an accessory use. And then if you go back up to the other zoning classifications, you can do a government service facility, police, fire, emergency medical services, across the board in any district. So you can effectively do a helipad by right as part of a police or fire location in the office district, which would customarily be maybe pretty close to residential. That's fine if you want to have it. Let's make it S, specific use, instead of P. I just don't.
Meaning they have to come to P&Z.
Yes, which, by the way, is in keeping with current process because we have the specific use request for anything police or fire.
Okay. Anybody else on questions from 12 or 13?
No.
So 14 looks like it's given, does anyone have any questions on 14?
Yeah. We may not, if we don't have questions, I'm assuming you've looked at it, you don't have questions, we can move on to the next one. Is that fair? So we just to save on time?
Mm-hmm.
James?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I'm just looking at reading over it because part of it was new. The second part was new from the previous time.
On 14, may I offer up something? The genesis of this comment was a discussion we've had sort of back and forth with staff about lot sizes and setbacks, primarily in the office district. And as we've kind of talked through it, we're beginning to sort of come to the realization that office zoning in this new code is not really the same as our garden office that we're accustomed to. Okay, it's set up to allow, I think, some heavier uses. Fair enough. But if you choose to do an office in either the office district or the NC district, particularly in the office district, there are some minimum lot widths that are required. And by and large, that works perfectly fine. But I helped a developer put together a little garden office project on 114th Street that had garden offices connected together, constructed as if they were townhomes, okay? Constructed like a townhome. And those lots are 25-foot wide. Well, that doesn't fit how the code is currently written. So all I'm asking for in here is at the Director of Planning discretion, if you present a plan that shows something like that, where you have party wall style construction, that then the Director of Planning has the ability to waive those lot width and setback requirements. Just they don't apply. It's just a different product that we have built here in Lubbock. Maybe rare, but that we're trying to solve that equation. Probably more than you wanted to hear.
No, it's good.
Okay, 15.
That's a new one. Question.
Mm-hmm.
Why go to not having specific use to just being limited?
This is one I'm a little unfamiliar with, I have to apologize, or not refamiliarized with, I should put it that way. So, at least in the draft that we have, so basically, brew pub, microbrewery, we're asking to change that from in the NC district and the AC district, change it from an S to an L. S is specific use, we have to come to you for permission. L, we meet certain design criteria and it's administratively approved. And so what caught our attention is if you look in the land use matrix for microbrewery and so forth, just going across the board, it's specific use in NC, it's limited in office, and then specific use in AC, and then limited in the heavier zoning districts. So we just saw some inconsistency there, and just make it L across the board in those commercial districts. That was our thought there. I attribute that to maybe not much more than a typo, quite frankly.
Why couldn't you just go to specific use in all of them?
I think you could. You would look for consistency. I think particularly when you get into the heavier districts, you know, what's the harm? If you're meeting the criteria.
Not get into the heavier, but if you get into the neighborhood commercials, so you're saying you're basically saying you can meet certain deals and have a brewery, you can use that, but you could have a fire station, you have to get permission to put the helipad. And one's public safety and one's not.
The thing that shows up with the microbrewery, and I'm going to ask staff to make sure I'm not misspeaking here, is there are separation distances that are built in to a facility that serves alcohol. Yeah. As opposed to, you can put a fire station right next door in your neighborhood. That there is a distinction there. I understand your thought process. We're looking for consistency here as much as anything. It just the layering of the styles of zoning appear to be a little bit out of whack to us.
You want to keep that specific use, James?
I feel more comfortable being in specific use in those two districts.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Robbie busted me on something.
Uh-oh.
Which is not uncommon, by the way. The title for 15, it goes on to say, it says permitted uses by district, brew pub, microbrewery, microdistillery. Somehow, we had building materials and hardware sales tacked onto the end of that title. That's an oops. I apologize for that. Yeah. The discussion is only centered on microbreweries.
Okay.
And Mr. Bell, I think to answer your question, once you get, in my mind, once you get into the AC or HC zoning districts, I begin to lose in my mind, the need for a specific use in those already heavier commercial settings. And so if you wanted to make it S in NC and S in office, that may be the trade-off.
And that could, I mean, especially you get into a neighborhood area. I mean, to me, that's a little.
Again, there are already criteria that establish separation requirements and those types of things. Am I speaking the truth, Mr. Wallace? Okay, thanks.
Okay, anything else on 15?
No. And if you want to, I didn't fully expect that we would have 100% agreement in the room on every single item. And so if we want to kick the can down the road on some of these, we're happy to continue to work with staff and everybody come to you with something that we believe is defensible.
Specific, right?
Well, I don't mind in the heavier, but in the neighborhood commercial, and I don't know, I mean, Susan, what do you think on that one?
I'd like to see it specific use.
Okay.
Okay. 16. Permitted uses by district court, pawn shops.
You're just basically saying, take the pawn shop out of these other areas, correct?
Yes, sir. Something most of you probably already know, a city is required to allow a pawn shop in at least one of its zoning districts. What we've done here, and I don't have it in front of me at the moment, we've allowed it in all of the commercial districts. We don't believe pawn shops are appropriate in the mixed-use districts downtown, and we're asking that to be stricken.
That's agreeable.
Okay.
17?
It's already,
green.
Yeah, well, it's understandable.
18? Anybody have any questions or concerns about 18? Like to hear an explanation?
I'd just like to know the reasoning for, not on the part, but where you added the other areas to it and or adjacent to existing automobile uses.
That's going to be a Mont question. This is in the context of downtown. He's our downtown guy.
It's simply a reflection of historic auto uses. And I'll admit to you now that this is laying in wood and water a little bit. It doesn't solve for all existing automobile uses as of today in downtown because much of what you've seen for automobile uses related to Alderson and now Cavender's is in NMU3. It's not. You know, probably the largest single private investment in downtown in regards to their built environment, and we, through this UDC, leave them legal non-conforming in one of their latest investments for the moment. But when I drafted this, I was trying to recognize existing and historic continuing auto uses, largely in the eastern edge of downtown. Much of that area, as we get up next to the interstate, was built as inside commercial. A lot of automobile shop, that stuff that's not out on the curb, so to speak, and a lot of times not even in front of a big display window because you got to walk into the brake turning shop at 16th and Crickets. There's a whole bunch of uses along F and E and G in particular that you wouldn't know were automobile businesses from the outside because they're doing high-dollar custom toy cars and vehicles inside. Performance Wheel is down there. They can't, under the current code, and frankly, until we get a little further down the road on discussion about the overall number of districts and how they're configured downtown, they can't expand. They're hemmed in. So they either have to leave, which I hate, or they have to come here and beg, which I don't hate, but I don't, I feel like they have a right to be there. They're there already. We ought to be a tailwind, not a headwind.
You just got to, a lot of the questions I'm just asking for clarification.
No, that's fine. That's
Understand
fine.
what the reasoning is for it.
That's the reason.
There's a reason for
Yeah.
it. And
That's the reason.
All right, 19? Any questions?
This is talking about oil extraction, I'm guessing?
Resource extraction, yeah.
Yeah.
Change S and ACH.
to make it all specific use, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, and so let me expand on that a little bit. From what I've always understood, and by the way, resource extraction for us is oil drilling.
Is what?
Oil wells, oil drilling, okay? And so, and I'm going to apologize to my group because I went back and read at least part of our drilling ordinance, and my thought has changed a touch from what we had recommended. As the table is prepared, I'm looking at the land use matrix. As it's prepared right now, it only allows resource extraction, as a specific use in the heaviest of industrial districts. So that doesn't agree with the way our current drilling ordinance is established. And I've always been told and taught over the years that you can get oil anywhere. You, as the owner of the minerals, you have the dominant estate, right? And so we have a drilling ordinance which sets the rules saying where you can and where you cannot drill, irrespective of zoning. Okay, and so we were close, but what I was fearful of is that by the resource extraction in your zoning code only being allowed as a specific use in the heaviest of the industrial districts, that is more restrictive and conflicts with what is already in your drilling ordinance, in your section 8.
They align as you.
Well, and so this is where I went back and double checked. because it was my remembrance that the drilling ordinance said you couldn't drill within X feet of a residentially zoned property. I was wrong. It's a residential structure, existing residential structure. So someone would need to check me on this, because I have to admit that I didn't pour all the way through our drilling ordinance. But as I read it, I believe that you have the ability to go get your minerals in any zoning district in the city of Lubbock if you're compliant with our drilling ordinance, irrespective of zoning. So my initial recommendation was to make it S's across the board in the commercial districts. But, and by the way, your S would point to the drilling ordinance 08.07 or whatever the code is. To me, that locks those two things together. It gets them in lockstep. And currently, there's a disconnect between resource extraction in your zoning versus your drilling ordinance that you already have on the books.
So do we need to say, add a blue line wording to S as in existing drilling ordinance, blah, blah, blah?
I think S across the board, and you make sure that points to the drilling ordinance, that you're in compliant with the drilling ordinance.
Okay.
So in other words, be S in every zone.
Yes, sir, and they still got to, since it's an S, they still have to come to you for permission. And I don't know how that plays out, since minerals are just a different beast, right? But that's my recommendation, subject to somebody telling me I don't have it right.
Okay. 20? My question on this is just a clarification on the garden home maintenance side setback that we've always kind of talked about, but this just kind of puts it in writing that it's understood.
Yes, sir, this clarifies it. Your current code requires maintenance maintenance access and roof overhang easements. Plats have slipped through the cracks over the years where that was not added to a garden home plat. What this does, it acknowledges that we still need to do that. And those are private easements. And we get into some trouble area if we're dedicating private easements by plat. I think there's some ways to do that. And so what we agree with is it at a minimum, it needs to be illustrated on the plat, but 99 times out of 100, they're going to be written as a separate instrument that goes in tandem with that plat, because those are private documents. I did just submit a plat where that particular title attorney built language into the dedication deed for the plat. We clearly identified that they were private easements. So there are ways through that. But what this does is it puts a finer point on this issue and helps us that do this work make sure we're doing things that keeps our title attorney friends happy.
Yeah. I get it.
21, 22 are green, 23 withdrawn. Any questions about 23 being withdrawn?
No.
Okay.
So on 24, I remember this is one of the specific questions that I asked back 4 years ago to the consultant is this going to put, in ZBA, most of their cases are carports and porticoches, a lot of them. So does 24 and 26 address? Looks like 24 and 26 are together, or they're similar?
They are, and this is one I may ask for a little assistance from Mont on, because what this does, this sets a date, November 20th, 1980. And I've spoke with Ms. Sager about it, and I think there is a logic behind that date. I don't think it's a totally made-up date, right? But in our view, that really clutters up the deal, because if I live in a development that was built in the, say, 70s and early 80s, somebody's got to do the research, and well, my house was built before 1980, but the house next door was built after 1980, and you got houses right next door that have conflicting criteria for approval, and so that was our concern.
But if you take out the dates, so you're basically saying anybody could put a carport whenever they want, correct?
Up to up to the adoption of this. Well, let me rephrase, and let me make sure I'm remembering this correctly, and I'm going to ask Mont to chime in. Yes, I will ask Mont to chime in because this is something he's a little bit better versed on.
I'll just kind of reiterate what I talked about last time when we addressed these issues. From a 10,000-foot level, one of the guiding principles in my review of this code is that instances where we pick a date creates uneven distribution of rights. It creates anomalies in the physical fabric of our environment. I think it creates winners and losers. I adhere to an overall principle that we ought to think of these uses, we ought to thoughtfully and reasonably design them, and then we should either allow them or not allow them. And so what I was attempting to do with these 24 and 26 was look at, to assume that the reasonable determinations of design, placement, construction, all of those things that the consultant that the city had gone through to arrive at this point were reasonable, and then remove that unequaling power relative to a date. And then we talked about the rest of it with the reduction overlay district. But the thing I said last time, and I want to reiterate, is I didn't lean out and add to or subtract from the elements of design and applicability relative to carports and accessory dwelling units on my own. I'm not a design professional. I certainly am interested in those things, and I have opinions about them, but it's not my wheelhouse. What I would remind you of is that both carports and accessory dwelling units are subject to a litany of design considerations: setbacks, height requirements, lot coverage requirements, off-street parking, all of those things. And so if we set all those settings right, then they ought to be allowed uses. I think I could make an argument from a policy perspective that when it comes to what I would describe as a crisis of affordability, particularly at the bottom end of our market and in some of the established neighborhoods looking for opportunities to reinvest, shelter for your car or the opportunities for additional revenue because your mother-in-law or someone can live with you are important considerations. And so I hope that those things are addressed in the UDC. The one thing that I said before, and I will say again about carports, is in not putting my thumb on the design considerations, there was an element in the conversation earlier on that is no longer in the UDC as it's drafted today, that was a requirement for carports to be not forward of the front facade of the house. And the pictures in the UDC are all carports and porte-cochere, I can't say that word, that show not forward of the front facade, which I think, there's some really cool ones in South Overton. They're just part of the fabric of the building, and I think they're really cool. What we also have is an absolute ban on the kit you buy from Tractor Supply, right? They need to match building materials. They need to match architectural style. So I think we've gotten there largely, with the exception of maybe that front facade issue on carports. And so those two are about, let's take our thumb off the scale as far as picking winners and losers. Let's say we've thoughtfully designed them and let's allow them.
So in the UDC, with it has design criteria for carports.
It does.
So just so we know, so is this going to eliminate the ZBA ask?
It should.
Of constant ask?
It should, because they will still be required to pull a building permit. They'll still go through a city review process to make sure they meet those minimum criteria. But there won't be a mother may I moment at ZBA.
Okay.
Once you meet those requirements.
So it'll just be a city staff thumb up or thumb down based on the criteria?
It should be.
Okay.
And yeah.
That answer your question, James? Yeah. So can I ask, before we get into 29, it's 11:30. Can we recess for lunch? And I would also like to ask for a 2-hour recess for anybody that needs to conduct any business. So we come back at 11:30 to 1:30 recess for lunch and take care of any business. Y'all have any issue with that? Is that delaying it too long?
So, that's good here.
Kelly, Kristen? Okay. Well, then let's go ahead. I'd like to ask recess for lunch at 11:30. We'll be back at 1:30. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we are back in session, planning and zoning for April 13th, 2023. And we will pick up where we left off, which was at Amendment 29. Is that correct? Yeah. 29. The reduction overlay district. So, Mont, please. Who, what, when, where, how, why?
So, as a continuation of my remarks before the break, you heard me say that from a 10,000-foot level, some of my motivating factors, my motivations in this was to try to make sure that our uses, our built environment were well considered, reasonably thought out, reasonably regulated, and then otherwise permissive. And I talked about those in terms of carports.
Mont, could you turn on your mic?
Is it not on? I'm sorry, I turned it off earlier. How'd you do that? See, I don't have the keys to this thing. So the ROD is part and parcel of that overall philosophy. How might it be used? So the intent is to allow, if we're allowing certain uses, and I just picked some that are not primary uses of the land, but seem to be the accessory or ancillary uses that come up again and again and again, either here or at ZBA, and we talked a little bit about carports at ZBA. But I picked some of those uses that I think in where we are in our society as far as uses go, make a lot of sense to allow if we can reasonably design them and do all those things, ADUs and carports. And then I picked a couple of uses that seem to be the subject of a lot of the cases that come before this body, being height and billboards, and said, look, if we remove the sort of arbitrary aspects, the date, the line in the sand, and those sorts of things, and we make these uses allowed, there might very well be moments when someone who meets the eligibility criteria would like to make a lesser ask of the zoning district, and this is a means by which to do that. So what I mean is, whether it's a group of citizens in an incumbent neighborhood that can meet the 2-acre or the 7-acre requirement, want to get together and say, we don't want carports, we don't want accessory dwelling units, or it's a greenfield development where a developer says those are great, but we don't want to do those here. The concept is, and last time I talked about this, I talked about a little bit of the past history of our city of sort of doing this, lining out uses late in the process. So let me give you an analogy. If I give you a recipe for bread, and you make the recipe for bread and you bake it up, and then I say, oh, it was supposed to have egg in it, you don't just get to break an egg and stick that over the top. It's not the same thing. But if you add the egg to the recipe, and then you bake it in at the right moment, you take the steps in the right order with the right ingredients, then you're going to get the intended product. This is like that. This is not allowing city staff. This is not allowing P&Z. This is not allowing city council to add this lesser ask. This is allowing the applicant for the ROD to make this ask because we've given him this tool. It's designed to allow a lesser ask without simply relying on deed restrictions so that you don't just have the only protection in the built environment is neighbor suing neighbor. I'm a lawyer, and I don't think that's a great response. I don't think that's a great way to necessarily go about it. It is different from the variance process because a variance is taking the code as it exists and making an exception because of the hardship. And if this is not doing that. It is taking the code as it exists and asking for less because the code allows you to do that. If it were, I was mindful of not making it a single lot because I think because of the nature of the things that I included, I didn't want to tread on variance ground. I made it larger than a lot, but I don't think that if it were restricted to a single lot, it would necessarily make that problematic. And by example for that, I can look at the infill overlay districts. The neighborhood and the commercial infill area overlay districts are by their eligibility a single lot and allow you to ask or change the nature of your zoning classification on a single lot. I didn't do that. By the same token, the eligibility requirement is an area. It is an area that I thought was a reasonable area because it's the same area that we adopted by ordinance as it exists today in our PDDs. It's the same criteria that we use in our PDs in the UDC, 2 acres inside the loop, 7 acres outside the loop. And so I don't think it's problematic in any way, shape, or form relative to those criteria. You know, it occurs to me that if there were a problem with this, who would ask? Who would raise the problem with this? And I didn't draft it in because the things that I drafted, I was very remiss to change after you saw them. But I would be amenable to an additional criteria in an ROD that says that the limiting factor also show up in a deed restriction as well. So that anyone that wanted to complain wouldn't have standing to complain because they bought land subject to a deed restriction that says your height is not bigger than this, or no carport, or no whatever. I think that's a reasonable way to draw the sting. If there's a concern in that way, I don't know why there would be. Knowing that I'm mere flesh and blood and fallible, I reached out to some folks, other practitioners. I've only been doing this kind of stuff for 27 years, so I reached out to some other people and said, am I blind? Am I biased? Have I convinced myself that this is a great thing? And are there concerns? And I didn't hear, have yet to hear from a practitioner a concern about the concept. End of the day, the concept is to create, writ large, the UDC, is to create tools for the city to use for the orderly development of the built environment of the city. Zoning districts are allowed, zone changes are allowed means by which users of property or city staff can use those tools to affect the outcome. And this is another tool in that tool belt. And what I think that it does, and I'll end where I started. What I think that it does is allows us to take out some of the arbitrary nature of some of these uses that exist in our code today and that are, at least in the red line draft that you have being brought forward, and allows us to make considerations as to whether or not those uses are reasonably designed, reasonably regulated, and gives someone an opportunity to say, despite those criteria, not on my land.
Does that answer anybody's questions or clarify things? Anybody want to add? Have any additional questions on that? Tina, Susan? I need to slow down. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Same spiel for 30.
Yeah, I was about to say, you want to roll right into it? Is
Yeah,
there anybody
yeah,
have-
copy and paste. Right, thanks, guys.
So that was Amendment 29. Amendment 30, accessory dwelling units. Does anybody have any further discussions?
So basically what we're doing is on that is just saying anybody can have an accessory dwelling unit.
Well, yeah. Jerry, you want to touch on that?
On 30, it's the same idea that Mont laid out for you on 29. That would be the baseline thing that would be allowed. And what that does is that helps us capture the existing neighborhoods that already have all that component in it. And by the way, there are criteria that are already written into the code that says if you want an accessory dwelling unit, you've got to have a minimum square footage of a lot. You've got to have an additional parking space. So it's not just you know, my house anywhere in Lubbock, I can just say, by golly, I'm going to have an accessory dwelling unit. If you meet the criteria, then you're allowed to have that, unless the developer comes in and asks for a reduction to reduce that. And Mont, please tell me if yeah. These are really his.
So caps being 10,000 square foot minimum lot area,
Yes.
and an overlay, minimum lot area 6,000. And you address parking in here? I'm not saying it, but I know.
Yes, 3C at the bottom of page 6, off-street parking.
Yes, got it.
So these are the design criteria that are in the UDC that was presented prior to the red line. The changes were taking out the things that were, in my view, were on a date or before, that sort of thing. So similarly with carports, I think what I would say is I didn't put my thumb on the scale as to whether or not those design criteria were reasonable in and of themselves. Those design criteria were what came forward from the consultant and from staff before I lined out the parts that I thought didn't make sense. Those designs, just like the not forward of the front facade, if it's the will of this board or city council to adjust those design criteria in line with the overall sense that we ought to reasonably design them, reasonably regulate them, and all those sorts of things, I'm not a design professional. So I have to lean on those that are, but to me, that they seem to be reflective of the current fabric of the city writ large. Generally speaking, that was my impression. But yes, all of those off-street parking, lot coverage, lot size, all of that sort of stuff was what came forward from, that was not drafted whole cloth by me.
Okay. And another one that was pointed out to me was item F, an accessory dwelling unit may be used as long-term, short-term rental or guest house.
Yeah, so the criteria that came forward from, for ADUs that came forward from what the city published was the definition of an ADU is an accessory dwelling structure on, other than the primary structure, and one of the limiting criteria is that you have to live in one or the other. So it's not, you don't get to buy a rental house in Tech Terrace, build another rental house in the backyard, and then live in Kingsgate. You need to live in one or the other, which I think, I think probably alleviates, I think the motivation there is it probably alleviates a lot of the concerns about the ruckus out back. Mm-hmm. I think I had a garage apartment when I lived in Tech Terrace, and he tended to behave a lot better once he understood that I lived 25 feet away.
Okay. Anybody need any more time with this one? Number 30. Okay. Not hearing any, we will keep moving on. Amendment 31 has been withdrawn. Any discussion on that one? You want to go through the list?
You can.
I'll let you take it. Go ahead.
32, location and widths and public easements. Anyone have any questions on that, or Terry, comment?
This is kind of as nitpicky as it gets. Words are important, and this is in the context of sort of laying out, when we do a development, that we have to get, there are times when we have to get easements or provide easements for water, sewer, electric, whatever, drainage, pick one. And there was discussion behind the scenes, behind this text that you don't see, that we all agreed that, well, you know, either A, the developer has to provide the easement on his property, or if he owns the not yet developed property next door, he could certainly put that easement on his vacant land for his next phase, or he could negotiate a deal with another landowner to get the easement. So all I'm asking for here is that very last line, it says shall be required. The original word was on the current phase. A young technician somewhere could interpret that to mean within the limits of that phase. And all I'm saying, and you could even say on or concurrent with, right? or in and concur with. But I just wanted to sort of clarify that as long as it's provided in full width and at some fashion at the time you're doing that first phase, that's what I was trying to drive home there. As I said, pure wordsmith, that's all that is.
Okay. So the easement just needs to be noted with the filing of Phase 1.
It's what we do today. Your plats that your guys prepare for you, they may have a sewer easement that is on the property right next to you because it's easier for that next phase to connect to. Sewer easement by separate instrument. You provide it with the plat, done deal. This aligns with that.
Okay. Okay. 34 is green. 35, increase lot area or setback with the blue. Strike the black, add the blue.
I'll explain that.
Okay.
Yeah. Please.
35 and 36 are, in essence, identical comments. One is for a cluster subdivision, the other is for a village subdivision. And so we have different ways that subdivisions can butt up next to each other. And the way it's worded, the way it was worded, which I struck out, it says, where adjacent to existing conventional single-family development, a cluster subdivision shall have one of the following characteristics below. And then it says lots on the perimeter shall be equal to or greater than the lot area and width of the adjacent conventional lots, or the cluster shall provide a buffer yard, okay? So I'm not asking to do away with that principle, but what I'm asking for in my blue text is let's limit that to the situation where you have maybe a cluster subdivision coming up next to a conventional subdivision across from a local street. Because in my view, and the way we've historically practiced, it's never an issue to have one development style back into another development style. You're always going to have the line of demarcation somewhere. And so what this blue text does in both of these comments is says, well, I'll just read it out. When located across a local street from an existing conventional development, cluster subdivision shall have one of the three characteristics listed below. So think about normal subdivision Lubbock, and I'm going to do a cluster, which is maybe a more compact style development, but they're across the street from each other. And you got lots on the other side facing that. You want to create compatibility on opposite sides of the street. That's my goal here, right? And so lots on the perimeter shall be equal to or greater than the lot area of the adjacent lots. That's exactly worded as what I'd scratched out before, but it's now limited to just when you cross the street, okay? Lots may side into that local street and be sized in accordance with the cluster requirements. So you got a subdivision that comes up next to a local street, and you have other streets that maybe side into that. I don't think it's absolutely necessary that you have exact lot sizes on the opposite side of a street in that situation. And lastly, or you can back your cluster subdivision into that local street and provide the buffering, one of those three. And the exact same language is, it's cut and paste into 36. Same issue there. I wanted there to be a distinction because it just says when you're adjacent to a conventional subdivision. Well, if you're backing into a conventional subdivision, in my view, that is an appropriate place to make that line of demarcation. And you may not necessarily need all the same lot sizes.
So if you're wanting to do a cluster up against, let's say, a large lot development, it would be better to go the item 3 and go the buffer yard rather than, let's say you got a large subdivision that's 100-foot wide lots or 90, like Oakmont. And you go across the street, you wouldn't want to do a cluster with 90-foot lots and then transition down to 50s, right?
Yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose of you doing your cluster.
Yeah. So
It allows.
do the buffer yard.
Yeah, do the buffer yard or side lots in, or pick some lots that are larger, maybe a combination of those three. But that's what I was looking for, is to.
Something to ease the difference.
Right.
Improve
Worry more about compatibility when you're on the opposite sides of a street, not necessarily when you're backing in backyard to backyard. That was my goal here, in both of those.
That's 35 and 36.
Yes.
Okay, 37, I read that. I like that, but go ahead and explain it.
Yeah, so, I've kind of arm wrestled with the folks in the planning department, and they make a good point. It's not their job to bird dog our approvals for us, right? And, the example I gave early on was, good gosh, when my driver's license expires, I get a notice from the DPS saying it's time to re-up. So we're not asking the planning department to have that sort of level of oversight. But I do think it's very helpful for us in the development community. When we get an approval letter of any type from the city, I don't care if it's planning or engineering or whatever, letter dated April 13th, 2023. Your approval expires on November 13th, 2023, or whatever the criteria might be. We have that already in our specific use zone cases. The wording in the specific use ordinance talks about the 30-month sunset. And then you just know to look at the 30 months versus the effective date of the ordinance. And that's something we can pull out of a file, and nobody has to call anybody or worry about tracking anything on really either side. We have a documented approval that says your approval is good until X date, or your approval doesn't expire, whatever the case may be. That's a huge help to us on the outside of Citizens Tower to help us make sure we're not dropping balls on our side.
So question for you on that. When they go, not being in the development community but so an expiration date, is it normally like 30 days? Does it vary to how it go? Or could they say, like you had 30 month on the other, could it say it expires in X number of days instead of giving you the exact date?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine. So long as you've got the things on the letter that you would need to correlate 30 days from the date of this letter, or 2 years, or whatever the case may be.
That's kind of what I was getting.
All of that's good. That just gives us something to hang our hat on. Then there's no question the onus is on us to make sure we're not dropping balls on the development side. Yeah.
38 is green. 39 talks about specific use permit. It's all struck, so go ahead.
This is a philosophical debate, and I'm not sure staff is, candidly, if they're in full agreement on this, but I'll just state what our thoughts are. As worded, basically, this is under the context, this is, if I recall the text correctly, this was decision criteria for specific use zoning, okay? So that's what the context is here. It says location, and then, so this is one of the things that if you meet this criteria, you guys should use that criteria and say no can do, right? Location, there is no practical, well, the way it's worded is you could do it. There is no practical alternative location where the use is permitted by right within the general vicinity of the parcel proposed for development. Or if such location exists, the proposed location is comparable or more favorable in terms of providing a needed community service, providing a critical mass of related and mutually supportive land uses, providing a balance of land uses, making more efficient use of public infrastructure. So the pushback from our side is if we own a piece of property and our tract is eligible for a specific use, we ought to be able to come and ask for it without you having to say, well, gosh, you could do that police station right down the block. Why? And so I'm going to deny you because you could do it over there on somebody else's nickel, somebody else's property. And so it was our kind of concern that was beginning to kind of get into the realm of picking winners and losers. And we just felt like that was, I was concerned about that. It's not incorrect. This is not a fix it because it's written wrong. This is a debate issue on philosophy.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions on that one? Okay. 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 were all agreed upon by staff. 45, non-residential building design standards. Go ahead.
So this is within the context of the NC zoning district, and this is what I have referred to from time to time as one of the gotchas in this code. Now, to be fair, I think some of that has been cleaned up with respect to cross-references in the deal, but my concern has always been that if you go to the NC district, you have a parking, you've got a table of site criteria, setbacks, minimum parking, you know, for all of that kind of stuff. And then but then buried back here on page 248 is, oh, by the way, if you have NC and you decide to put a parking lot in front of your commercial thing, which is everywhere, you have increased setbacks, and they call it an increased parking lot setback, which I interpret that as increased building setback. So not that the information, not that it's a bad idea. I've pushed back on the structure of the document on this, and here's why I say this. That could have just as easily been implemented into that table way back on page 30, whatever that was, rather than having it tucked away in a paragraph at the end. And by the way, the document does exactly that for the OF district. In the OF tables, it has two lines. A front setback is X or X or Y if you have parking in front of the building. Why didn't we just do that for the table in the NC?
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not wrong. It's just, it's a trap. Well, it's not even a trap, but I mean, it can be a trap. Yes.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on that?
And by the way, I stumbled across something last night when I was kind of refreshing my memory. That table used to be that way. It had a footnote in it, as I recall. And I think the footnotes had been taken out. And for whatever reason, that information was adapted in the OF table, but not adapted in the NC table. I think it's a fairly easy fix.
Okay.
So you'd be okay with just putting it back in the NC table?
Anything that we can do document-wide that consolidates the information, we're all for the better.
Okay. Amendment 46 is something I talked about last meeting, increasing the lot coverage for townhomes and multiplexes from 65% to 70% of building coverage over the lot, meaning you could have 70% of the building covering the lot. This is just for townhomes and multiplexes. Any questions on that?
Nope.
47, maintenance bonds, we covered. 48, we briefly talked about last time with you, Terry. This is just the rubber stamp on the plat that Zach signs, but I'll let you elaborate on that.
A little more to it than that, but in general, you had that correct. So this has been, it's been in conversation for a long while, but I've never provided, well, I've provided written commentary over the last 3 years. Hey, we still don't have the standard notes and certificates on a plat. And, you know, we talked about it, never made it into the document. So, you know, sorry to kind of run this to you at the 11th hour. This should have been in here back at day one. This is for the most part, a pull forward of all of our standard notes that exist on our current plats. We're just saying we're doing the same thing. But I did take a little bit of time to maybe clean it up a little bit. And so this is a pull forward with a couple of minor changes. And here's why this is important, in my view. These notes were basically a result of our 1975 subdivision regulations. These notes spell out the criteria for easements public easements that we grant on the face of the plat. So we present a plat for recording, and it says 10-foot gas line easement granted to Atmos Energy. Well, somewhere, the provisions of that easement have to be spelled out. That's where this stuff is nestled. It shows up on every single subdivision plat that's filed of record right now. And so if there's a fuss about easement rights between a landowner and the utility company, you point to these notes that are on the face of the plat, which is in our code of ordinances, and says, well, these are what my rights are. Okay, so that, up until this amendment, that's been missing from this UDC. I think that's important.
Yeah.
I will just kind of walk down through here. The top section is just the standard survey certificate that goes on every subdivision plat. I, Joe Blow surveyor, hereby certified this to within the subdivision standards of the city of Lubbock, Texas. So that language is a straight pull forward. Also, it does have the signature block that Zach has seen way too many times for his signature. Okay, so that's a direct pull forward. And then beginning with item C, all of those are the standard notes. Until you get down to line 5, I struck that because let's think about this for a moment. It says, any relocation or revision of existing facilities shall be at the subdivider's expense. Compensation shall be made prior to the recording of this final plat. Think about that. That's a note that's on a recorded final plat. It kind of doesn't, I don't know what the genesis of that was, but it's a good condition to have for recording a plat, but it's not a note that you would put on the plat. Because, I mean, by the time you see the note, the plat's already recorded, right? So that's just a semantics. Next page, 5 and 6 are straight pull forwards from our current ordinance with one exception. The bold text in the middle of what is now number 6. This is what I doctored up. And I'll tell you why here in a moment. And I'll just read the whole note. All easements herein granted shall entitle the city or the utility company using such easements the right to remove, repair, replace any lines, pipes, conduits, or poles within such easements as may be determined by the city or utility company, without the city or utility company being responsible or liable for the replacement or improvements. And this is what I added in, because that's what it used to say. In other words, it used to say the utility company could just come in and wreck your land. They have an easement on your property for their utilities. They come and wreck your land and not be responsible for the repair. Now, historically, every utility and the city of Lubbock have always been good neighbors. If they come across a parking lot, I can't think of one example where an adequate repair wasn't made. But they weren't required to do that by plat. They could have just left it raw and said, go with God. Now, we have buffer yard requirements. And I've made the comment before that there's going to be many cases in commercial development where our buffer yard is going to be sitting on top of utility easements. So you've required a developer to put in trees and whatever else in a buffer yard. And the utility company is required to run their utilities for service to the development. And 10 years later, the utility has to come in and do whatever. Well, it shouldn't be on the owner. He's already satisfied his buffer yard requirement. And so that's what I'm saying. So let me go back to this sentence. Without the city utility company responsible or liable for the replacement or improvements other than replanting, repaving, or resurfacing of the easement. Now, no fair if you built a storm shed or you extended your building over the easement, that's your problem, right? We're just asking those who are using the easement to put it back the way it was. And that is new, okay? That is something that I felt like if we had a chance to make it more right, let's do that. The flood notices and blanket easements, those are all straight pull forwards from what we have in the code today. Lastly, I'm sorry I skipped this. This is just minor. Number 7, any easements or rights-of-way shown as to be dedicated by separate instrument are shown on the plat for information purposes only. This plat does not dedicate said easements. That's a great, I mean, that's an appropriate note to have when applicable. There may be times that you just don't have that and it wouldn't show that note on the face of the plat. So I moved that down to the when applicable category, okay? Then lastly, when we have plats in the ETJ, we also have a requirement for county judge signature, so forth. I will admit to you this misses one thing. Guess what? Our new UDC does allow for, in certain cases, administrative approval of subdivision plats. So if I have an amending plat, I make yet again another mistake on one of my plats, and I've got to go to Mr. Escamilla and say, Victor, I messed up. I need to file an amending plat. He has the ability to administratively record that. So we wouldn't be putting a planning commission chairman's signature on that plat, to my knowledge. Now, you guys look at that and you may have a different, so that aspect of this is not in my amendment.
You're just talking about simple errors like you misnumbered a lot or
That-
labeled something wrong.
Yes, that's an amending plat, and that does not go back through P and Z, nor does a minor plat, nor does, if I remember correctly, a conveyance plat, if we choose to do that. So at least now there are, it's rare, but at least now there are some circumstances where you may have an administrative approval on the recording of a plat. As a committee, you guys don't even see it.
That's understandable.
And I don't know, maybe that's another signature block that needs to be devised. That I don't know. Thank you for letting me get in the weeds. I thought that was necessary.
No, and Terry, I'd like to say thank you very much for getting to the weeds, because I know that's what I needed to get down to understand.
Yes.
In my terms, why and whatever. And I would say most of it has helped me understand what you're looking, why you're doing it. And then I look forward to the city being able to look at it and come back and say, yay, no, or what, and what. If there's any disagreements or agreements.
We may have to, yeah, right. And to be fair, this is just a better version of the same thing that we provided about a month ago. But in fairness, I think anybody would need to look at this thing as a fresh document and forget the old, and because that just confuses matters. So, and you know, we all had Easter weekend, and time caught up with us.
Okay.
Do you guys be happy to address anything else while I'm up here?
Anything else for Terry?
I don't have anything at this time.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Is there any questions you have for staff? Any staff like to make any additional comments?
On this document, on the amendments or other things?
Or other things? We can open it up.
Well, we can wait until.
You have something, Robbie, or you're just moving over in case we talked?
I just moved over in case you talked.
Okay.
He's here to answer any of your questions.
Well, I would like to just say, some of the amendments that staff was opposed to, that we really didn't say last time we approved some of them, they've been removed. And we respect the fact that there's a few of them that we were like, look, we really just, you know, we don't think this is an option. So they've been removed. And some of these have been also amended to be less stringent than the original request was. So Terry brings up a good point. I think this document here needs to supersede all previous additions. I think they've done a very good job of presenting to you why they're proposing those amendments. I think that now you see why. We didn't want to say we were opposed to these, or we didn't want to speak for you and say, yeah, we're in favor of those. We wanted you to hear what you heard and you to make a decision on those. I think they've done a good job of presenting that. Y'all seem to be, very, listening to what they're saying and understanding it. So rather than go back through every one of them and give a reason, unless you want me to, you can ask me to elaborate on them. But I think that, you've seen kind of why we wanted you guys to hear that.
Well, and I agree, and I appreciate that, but I would like to know, and not saying on this, but, from y'all, whether there's some of them you're like, hey, it's not a big deal, but if there's any of them that you were strongly opposed to, or you had I don't want to say a disagreement, or...
Everything that we were basically strongly opposed to, and I says I really just don't even want that one to be on there, has been removed. Okay, everything that was left. Now, there have been some new ones that have been proposed, I will say that, But even those, I think they're reasonable. And it's easy to look at an amendment and go, no, why are you wanting to amend that? But you have to read the amendment and see what was in there. Anything related to buffer yards, we've always just been very, cautious with, simply because the UDC's taken buffering into account for a lot of things, for screening purposes. And you might have a non-structural buffer yard that today we might require a screening fence, where now we're relying on that buffer yard with landscaping. I will say the last amendment that Terry talked about, Amendment 43, 48, is good information. These are people that have been filing and recording plats for 40 years here locally that, and I even respect talking about an easement, tearing up an easement, until that's happened to you, you don't understand how invasive that can be. Putting verbiage in there that takes into account, things like, putting it back like it was. Absolutely, there's things in here that, we think are, if it's clarifying things, like, for example, the document doesn't read wrong when it has a reference somewhere, but if we can put it into a table to make it easier for somebody to read right there, then there's really no reason why we shouldn't do that. So you guys have heard, and, at this point, if you have questions about them, I don't think there's anything on here that's very unreasonable. Anything related to buffer yards, there are some things where some of these are maybe just in a limited use situation, which would be in a neighborhood commercial district adjacent to residential, where that buffer yard requirement's only tied to that. Those are things that we just need to be cautious about, just simply because we've made a lot of amendments to the buffer yards. But I certainly think that with some of the revisions, I didn't really have time to look at them, so it's kind of helped me too today, have time to look through them. I just don't think there's a lot that, we've worked so hard. Our consultant has brought up the point, I think, somewhere 1,100 to 1,400 comments and have been taken. And that's from the public, that's from everybody, and revisions made that we're down to these few things. And that's a testament to everybody that's worked on this thing. And we're so close. I think we need to, to do what we can to get this thing moved forward. So that's kind of my overall opinion of everything. I think everything's been explained pretty well as far as the justification for wanting that amendment.
On 48, do y'all want to add a signature line for administrative approval plats?
Kristen, Victor, what do you guys think? This is something that,
for plats that are administratively approved, that do not come in front of the commission, it wouldn't hurt to have the director of planning still sign off on it before it gets recorded.
Okay.
I think that's pretty safe to make sure you know who did it and what it
Right.
was, and it doesn't look, at least you have a line on there for them to have to do it. It's not like, oh, I just signed it and.
I took it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think though that, some of these that have been explained, just, I still really don't want it to be as a blanket that staff says, yeah, we approve everything that was said. I think we've made it clear to you guys that some of that, it was explained, but it needs to be considered. I think it was explained well. But sometimes there are, things we need to consider with them, so.
So I got, just thinking forward to an eventual motion someday in the distant future. For this document, what I have my notes say that we would potentially approve these amendments, except for number 15. Is that right?
Change to specific use.
Well, basically, we just keep it limited, so just withdraw that one.
He's striking S.
15 was so long ago. I have to look it up.
Yeah, so it was going back to 15 to the way it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not making a change.
Yeah. Right.
So basically
Not making a
withdrawing
change,
it.
yeah.
So that would
Withdrawing
stay
that
as
amendment.
specific use.
Yeah, so it would say specific use.
You follow?
Yeah.
Okay, so withdrawing 15, making the change to number 19 to include all zone districts.
And a point towards the drilling ordinance.
That's right.
And keeping that as specific
Yes.
use though, right?
Right.
Okay, and then number 47, basically just changing the 1 million to 5 million to 10% minimum, 200,000 on the maintenance bond.
Yeah, per the red table today.
Yes,
What amendment was that again, the maintenance bond?
47.
It was
The maintenance bond.
maintenance bond,
And you have that revision
Right,
in
we got
front
it.
of
We
you
got the table.
to that, yes.
And then adding the signature block for administrative changes to number 48.
Ms. Seger?
Is there anything else that I
Yeah,
missed?
Amendment 45, taking out the parking lot setback and putting it into the NC table.
Thank you.
in OF table.
Yeah, that's, something that's a good example of it's going to assist people with it,
Wait, so
reading the
that's not
document.
what this is asking for? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's,
So that was this one. Hang on.
That one's okay how it's.
Take this out, and he was saying he wanted it put in here.
Amend the table?
we're leaving the requirement in.
I think it's just.
Got that, yeah. Yeah.
This is relative to NC and OF districts, and it's in the NC table. And like Terry said, I think there used to be a footnote several drafts ago of the UDC. All we would be doing is just putting that in that table, so it would make it easier for somebody to go there rather than have to, oh, by the way, there's this reference hidden over here. So that's just clarifying the document. It's really not changing anything about it, so.
So, I'm confused on 45. It's, no changes, it's staying as they submitted it, okay.
It's just moving the
cleaning it up in the
reference
table.
to the
Footnote.
OF district, so when you're there, you'll see it.
And that's all in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that,
All I have. Okay, so with that being said, we were talking about, we were talking about setting another meeting. Y'all still want to do that? Do you want to?
Well, I have a question on another matter.
Absolutely, go ahead.
For Robbie. So this concerns the new proposed zoning map and some of the designations, the sort of umbrella designations, in particular, high-density residential, and I've talked to you about this before, and I'd like you to elaborate on it. It seems like there are some things that are zoned R3 right now, and AM, that would also be folded into high-density residential. And I know some people are concerned that under that designation, then somebody could come in and actually make it high-density residential, like an apartment complex or something. So could you elaborate a little bit on what's actually happening?
sure. And part of with the UDC, we condensed our zoning districts down. We got it down to, we have 5 residential, 6 mixed use, and then 7 non-residential, base residential districts. So we obviously combined some of those, so we didn't have so many. So, and if I can get it up on the, well, I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but we have a zoning district establishment chart in the UDC that basically says if you were R2, you're going to come over as, an MDR. High-density residential, let's just use it as an example, anything that was A2 or R3, and also A3 and CA is going to come over into this high-density residential. So we've got several districts here that fall under this category. Now, we have different subdivision types. Right now, I don't know that we really have a true village subdivision. I think that's something, the closest thing I can think of is something like a vintage township. I think this is something that's new with the UDC. I think your concern, Susan, is, okay, well, if we've got something that's zoned, if it's currently R3, which does allow apartments, but when something's zoned that way, can somebody come in and put in apartments right next to a residential subdivision of houses that's already established there? Now, if we go down to, this is the part where I better put on my glasses, or we'll click on some wrong links here. If we go down to subdivision standards in the UDC, we've got subdivision types. And we have conventional, cluster, and village. And you'll see some of these where, and we're going to go to village first, but it says Increased lot area where adjacent to existing conventional single-family development of village subdivision lots on the perimeter shall be equal to or greater than the lot width and area adjacent to the conventional lots. And this is one of the amendments that we talked about that wasn't asked to be removed, but maybe just changed a little bit. But there are protections in the UDC where if somebody's going to come in and say, well, we're going to put a village subdivision in this, what's now zoned HDR, there are provisions to protect that existing development with some increased setbacks. So, there are going to be things, it's a new code, and we're going to be learning some things. There are going to be some things that are going to be a little bit different, but there are provisions in place, and that's why you saw those increased lot area and dimensions around those subdivisions where you have different subdivision types abutting each other, or adjacent to each other, offering that in there, putting that provision in there for that reason.
And as you pointed out to me, R3 already is high density.
Yeah, it is.
So, and then I don't know if can I talk about the capital improvement? Okay, and you had also said that once the UDC is approved, some future date, once it's finally approved, you plan to go in and do some cleanup of some of these.
That's correct.
odd zoning designations.
That is correct. Right on the heels of this,
One-offs.
we had the comprehensive plan, and then we moved right into the UDC, and the next thing is we have a capital improvement project for a zoning map analysis that'll do exactly what you're talking about and look at these things, and it's all kind of a part of the growing pain.
If I can add real quick to that future land use zoning analysis, that's a funded CIP, $75,000 allotted to it now. So it's been put on hold with the UDC, but once that's adopted, staff's ready to pick that up and run with it. And obviously the P&Z will have a significant role in that as we move forward, as will the council. But that is a funded CIP. The dollars are there today. Once UDC is adopted, we'll pick that up and run with it. So.
And that's going to be, it'll be more of a drill down specific look into.
Yep. Specific areas, zoning map, land use analysis, and Kristen can add, she can probably add to it more than I can.
So that everybody understands what that means.
So, and also, so to allay any concerns that people might have who hear this, if you're in an R3, it doesn't necessarily, and it's just like a one-off in the middle of the single-family zoning, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have to move out, and
No.
it just means that it can't expand.
It means that the CIP is going to be a comprehensive review of the entire city to determine if there are areas that may have inappropriate zoning, and we can take those areas in front of your commission and city council and ask for those to be rezoned to a more appropriate zoning.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Did anybody have anything else you wanted to ask staff, or any other topics of discussion you wanted to touch on?
Yeah, I've got one other proposed, I don't know if it's amendment, but just a request. I think that when the time comes that we get it approved and send the recommendation to city council that we recommend.
Oh, yeah.
4 semi-annual meetings between staff and P&Z and Terry's group, and I guess anyone else that has come across an issue, just because I think that this is going to be a living document.
You could say other interested parties.
Other interested parties. I think we need to have at least 4 meetings over 2 years to review it, just so staff's not getting bombarded weekly. It's just like, so we can have dates pointed to that we can have just a review of what we're doing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And that's something I think we're going to have to look at, because there's a lot of things with this that until we really adopt it and enforce it and start running it, we've all read the document, some of us a lot more than others, and there's things that we're going to have to learn. And our consultant has told me that. They're like, we anticipate over the first year there being little things that you realize, you know what, this really doesn't work for us, and working with us to make those amendments if we need to. We're going to find little things. It's not going to be perfect when we adopt it, and it's never going to be perfect, but we just anticipate that. It's a part of this process. So I think that's a great idea, and I fully support, you know.
So we'll make that in the recommendation. And what did you say again? Was it semi-annual?
I just threw it out, 4 semi-annual meetings, so that'd be
For 2 years.
for 2 years.
Okay.
So I'm open to hearing if someone wants them to do them.
4 semi-annually through me.
Yeah. Would the result of that meeting be a recommendation to city council?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Would the result of that meeting be a recommendation to city council to make changes to the UDC, or how would that work?
They would have to approve a change to the UDC, wouldn't they? We have to hold a public hearing for that and.
Well, yeah, and that's the same as I was mentioning earlier. Those recommendations would have to come through council or city staff
Yeah.
to come before you all.
Okay.
Which city staff obviously would be in full support of something like that, you know. Done a similar thing with the comprehensive plan.
Well, I imagine all the information's gonna be funneled through you, the city staff first.
Yeah, we tend to get the phone calls, that's correct.
Okay, that was,
Call it 49.
so, okay, we'll call, yeah, can we make that 49? And, any other additional items?
No, but I just want to take this opportunity to thank the subcommittee and the staff, and, I mean, this was a lot to wade through over the past 3 years, and I really appreciate all of the hard work. And I appreciate really a lot having Terry and Mont come up here and go through it item by item and explain it, and that has helped a lot.
I concur, and I'd just like to say before we go to vote, when we do our final vote, if we kind of have a list of what we agreed on and what we were going to take off, instead of just going, we think it's this, just kind of a high level to, this is what it was and this is what we had adopted changes, even if it was a bullet point, like we got from y'all before about the verbiage. I think it would just make it a little easier to understand, to double check again to go.
Well, when you say vote, you mean vote on whether or not we're taking these amendments as they are? And
Right,
with the
right,
changes?
correct.
Well, the way I have it is we still have some homework to do.
Right,
Exactly.
no,
Not-
that's what I'm saying,
okay.
but I'm just saying when we get
When
down
that
to
time
it,
comes.
we kind of have a final, here's the final.
Here's what we're voting on.
Terry, did you have some, Tanner, you good? So what I have on my list, so we've addressed, so the high-density remarks, there was no amendment to that, right? You got,
No.
you just had the clarification.
I
of what
just
that
wanted
was.
the clarification.
Okay. So we've added the quarterly meetings as an amendment, or not quarterly.
A recommendation, yeah. Semi-annual
Well,
for 2 years.
That's going to be, okay. However it is, it's going to be written in this amendment.
He was
because
saying,
we're
he was
proposing
basically saying
amendments.
4 over a 2-year period is what he was saying.
Yeah.
Every 6
Yeah,
months for
it's-
4
Every
years.
6 months?
Twice a year
Semi-annual.
for 2 years. But my point to that is, that's going to be an amendment. We're going to add that to our list. Is that correct?
Or we
It's
just,
being documented.
Just need to write it somewhere.
we
Yeah,
can just
I-
make a
We need to
recommendation.
document it somewhere, so, because what I'm visualizing is, we still have to deal with billboards. We have to make a recommendation on amortization. What does that
And
look like? We have to put
amortization
that
and
on
abandonment.
something to send to city council to review and approve, right?
Right. So back to kind of what James was mentioning, I was going to ask for clarification. If what you're asking for is like this and a red line version of
Right.
all the things you've discussed today, including what's in these handouts,
correct.
so that they could see everything that they've discussed, all the changes that have been made or not made,
Right,
so
in
that
other
you
words,
have
we
it in one
have it in one
place.
spot instead of having on this note, she said, I think
Yes.
this is what they did.
Well, and that'll,
Everybody's seen the same thing.
that'll be useful because that'll gear it up and prepare it to go to council,
Yes.
which will include all
gonna
of your
organize it.
recommendations, not,
kinda
not just
sloppy
what's
right
in these
now.
2 lists, but additional recommendations as well.
That is exactly what I was.
Okay.
So we have right now a clean draft of the 220 UDC that was presented at the public hearing. And we have a current red line draft. So we could work on incorporating these amendments into one red line draft, all these amendments in one list, and then those would be easy to see in that red line draft. And then at that point, if anything changed on an amendment, obviously, you know, you say, well, we've thought it over and maybe this amendment's not good, or we can certainly do that. I'll reach out to our consultant and work on that. But just for clarification, are you wanting to go ahead and basically, you know, just have them redline everything that was in this draft and have that before you? Or do y'all want to wait?
The changes that we discussed.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so,
So we probably need to make a motion on that, I guess, right?
yeah, but let me make sure let me back up.
Kelly says no, we don't have to.
Let me go back here, because I'm talking about the homework that we've got to do between now and the next time we set a meeting. I think we're clear on what we're doing with amortization. We're saying it's not going to be considered with the UDC. We're going to set a separate committee, and do we have to name who's on that committee before it goes to city council? Or do we just need to chair it, or can we just say there's going to be a committee?
We would like to recommend a committee.
You can recommend whatever form or fashion you would
Okay.
like to take to council.
So I think, are we all in agreement on that? I know we need to loop Brandon and Avi and Renee. But that's where I have it in my mind. That align with you? Okay.
Agreed.
Next was the billboards, and whatever revision,
Whatever happens.
well, but we got to go do it.
Yeah.
We got to work on it. So the next meeting, we need to have some sort of draft that says that we debate, that we can toss around, we can talk about and say, we're not going to touch it at all, or here's an idea, and because what I'm trying to achieve, if possible, is the next meeting's the last time we meet, and that we can go to vote.
Where I am right now with the billboards, I mean, you know, I have thoughts on it. I have things to toss out there for, you know, for us to think about. I mean, I don't think we need another draft of what the proposals are. We've got multiple versions of the draft. I think right now the question is, do we just vote to go forward with what we've got, or are we going to commit to coming up with a proposed, you know, change next time around to go into the UDC? And I think that's something we just need to discuss. I mean, we need to discuss it in a public forum, but it needs discussion, you know.
Does that have to be a public hearing?
She's talking about us just discussing it.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, just
Up
us
here,
discussing
just
up here.
Yeah. That's,
Yeah.
the next meeting is where I'd love to hash that out as much as we can.
To put this one to rest one way or another.
Yeah. So we need to go do our own homework, and just bring information. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, do we need more homework? Does anybody feel like they need more homework on this?
I don't either.
I don't.
Do we?
I think we just
Do
need
we?
to discuss it
I
and
mean,
figure out and make a.
I know it's 2:30. Is it something we could discuss right now? Are we prepared to discuss it right now?
I am too.
I
just think, I think we
Yeah,
need
I'm
to try to
fine.
move on it. And if we can come to a resolution on this, then we can do our homework with the final stuff, and we could have another meeting and
Yeah,
go.
clean up the last little dregs at the next meeting and.
Are you good with it, Jared?
Yeah, I am. I didn't think y'all would be good with it, so I was ready to punt.
Well, I mean, I think we've just been thinking about it for so long now, and we've heard it a lot, so,
So, all right, we're gonna do billboards.
all right.
And this is basically discussions through us to
So
go through.
where I have it is we're kind of split on this, because half of us feel like, oh, we want it, it's fine the way that it is, let's keep it the way that it is, and the other half, I forget the gentleman's name that brought that presentation earlier, made some good points. We got somewhere with it. I know that there was a document presented earlier about the permitted on the corridors. There was some discussion that was shared with me about the corridors not being permitted inside the loop, but outside the loop. And then the spacing, they thought that the spacing was adequate with what was presented. I think it was 1,500 square feet.
1,500 feet.
Yes, 1,500 feet on either side of the road. And then today, what I thought a great idea was, you know, the architectural wraps, so it's not just an exposed pole. And I also like the idea of digital billboards, no longer static billboards, if it's added. And all of them being specific use, so it comes to planning and zoning, every billboard does, and it also goes to city council. So that's what I know. That's what's on my plate right now. I know we have a couple of the billboard reps here. We can ask questions. Mr. Bertram's still here, so I'll open it up.
Robbie Mason.
Zach, let me just real quick, if you don't mind, I just want to make sure I'm clear on these amendments. So Amendment 15, we were deleting, correct? Amendment 19, that was S across all districts. That was going to be changed to specific use across all districts?
And yes, and reference the oil drilling ordinance.
Okay. And add signature staff signature to the plat documentation on Amendment 48. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then changing the number 47, the maintenance bond to that table.
Yes, and we have that one, so, okay. All right, thank you.
And don't forget the amendment for the meetings.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It sounds like y'all are interested in taking up the billboard discussion in some form today. We have a starting point of a map that is it's not necessarily a recommendation from staff, but it's at least a starting point if you want to explore a corridor plan. I've got handouts of what that would look like. If you would like me to hand that out, I'm happy to do so.
And the map is in accordance with the way it's written today?
No, the map, it's basically a whole separate, in the event that the P&Z or the council decided they wanted to propose or look at a corridor plan, staff has worked on one that may be a starting point for you guys to start on.
Okay.
So, Kristen, can we pull up the aerial map and then we also have, I believe, Robbie, a larger map, maybe towards the back, that we can pull out of storage, so. Kick it off, and I'll let you. Mr. Chairman, can I request a recess of 5 minutes to get the map on the board? I think that'd be very helpful if we can do that.
All right, so we're back in session?
Okay. Were you going to say something?
No, I'm trying to think of the starting point.
I would like to start
Okay.
by, for purposes of discussion, I would like to make a motion that we approve the UDC plus the red line version and all of the changes that we have discussed today in the amendments. That's it.
Is there a second?
So,
Second.
Okay, we do have a second? All right, so let's talk amongst ourselves. So we have a motion to approve the UDC as it is right now with the red line and the amendment changes we discussed today.
Yes.
Yeah, both amendments,
Basically, the document that they were going to potentially produce for us for next time. Like, let's just go ahead and get that on the table.
Okay.
Billboards, as they, are in that amendment, would bring billboards forward to how they stand today in the old code.
So we don't want to address billboards?
Now we can talk about that.
Now we can talk about the billboards. So in other words, proposing to vote on the UDC plus the red line amendments as it stands today, because nothing has changed about the current codes and ordinances on billboards in the UDC as it stands today. And so now we can discuss what we want to do about billboards.
Yeah, I've already stated where I'm at on billboards, so I don't need to see any alternative proposal personally. So I would like to see it stay as is per the city's recommendation.
Okay, so, you know, I have a lot of antipathy towards billboards. I was open to thinking about it, and I've been thinking about it. And I'm with Jordan. I think why fix what's not broke? The expanding the number of billboards that we have, I have not been convinced it helps Lubbock or the community overall to have more billboards. We already have some billboards. It helps the billboard companies for us to expand, but I don't think it necessarily it helps the community anymore to have more billboards, except in ways that are maybe not proportional to all of the uproar that billboards are causing. And so I have to say, you know, I don't see any problem with staying with what we've already got. It's worked so far. I know that that probably frustrates the people who would like to expand their commercial reach here, but unless I'm mistaken, they're not Lubbock companies, they're out-of-town companies who want to put billboards here. And I just have not heard a compelling reason to add billboards, even digital billboards, which, by the way, I actually don't like. I think they're distracting. I think digital billboards are distracting. So that's my stand on it, and that's how I would vote, is to keep it as we've got it.
Tanner?
This one really has been tough for me. I go back and forth, and as it stands right now, I am good with. I don't think this is something that should hold up to UDC. And so, and also, I mean, I agree that I like how Lubbock is. And so, as hard as it is for me to say that to the sign guys, that's where I stand right now.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to go kind of 2 points on that. I kind of agree with that, but I'm not agreeable to vote for the UDC today till I see all the red line additions and everything down. So if you call the vote today, my vote will be no.
Well, I'm just saying, but it's here in front of you.
Well, but I want to see it all because we've had all the other stuff. I'd like to see it, had the city a chance to go through it. You've got your opinion, I've got mine, and until I see that, I'm not going to vote for it.
But it's here. I mean, it's right in
No,
front of you.
it's pieces of it.
But
I want to see it in one spot to say this is the document.
And I thought the city said that he also got that yesterday and would like to have an opportunity to review some of that.
Well, we can all, and correct me if I'm wrong, we can table the vote, but this enables us to talk about the billboards.
It was for purpose of discussion.
For the purpose of discussion.
Oh, and that's fine. I have no problem with leaving the billboards the same. I'm just not ready to vote for the UDC today.
Terry, you want to add anything to it?
So, understanding, you don't want to hear what the city has to say about these billboards, correct?
I do. I'll have them
I
presented.
mean, I
here.
would like to hear
Yeah.
the presentation that was being brought to us that we took a recess from.
Was that you, Chris?
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'll keep it brief. I want to give a little bit of history about billboards, just so you're aware. So prior to 1975, billboards were a sign. They were not a land use. In 1975, they became a land use and were permitted by right in C4, M1, and M2 from 1975 until 2019. 2019, City Council amended the code and removed billboards altogether from the C4 district and made them specific use in M1 and M2. So that's what we've had for the past 4 years now. This proposal in front of you here today, again, it's just a starting point. We put something together to start discussion. So inside city limits, billboards are only permitted in the base public and non-residential zoning districts, only permitted along the following corridors: South Loop 289, Loop 88, Marcia Sharp Freeway, Interstate 27 and Highway 87, Clovis Highway, Slayton Highway, and Spur 327. There is a minimum separation of 2,000 feet between all billboards on both sides of the street, so you couldn't have them right across from each other. minimum separation of 500 feet from any base residential district, and they are prohibited in the Canyon Lakes Policy Zone and within 1,500 feet of any property line of the Memorial Civic Center. Within the ETJ, the extraterritorial jurisdiction, which extends 5 miles past the city limits, we use the same corridors that I already listed, but a minimum separation of 5,000 feet between billboards. You don't have residential zoning, you don't have zoning in the ETJ, so that piece is not included. Those parameters on this map would allow 2 new billboards inside city limits and 10 new billboards in the ETJ. This map in red shows existing billboards with a 2,000-foot buffer, and then in green, where those 12 new billboards would be allowed. And for transparency's sake, because we're saying Loop 88, there is a portion of Loop 88 that is outside of the city's ETJ. It's in the county because we have an ETJ agreement with Wolfforth. So that portion, which is outside our ETJ, outside Wolfforth ETJ, only in the county, would allow 3 new billboards on this map. So.
How many?
3. So 15 total, 2 inside the city, 10 in the Lubbock ETJ, 3 in the county, if the county were to allow those. That's it.
Okay, but what was proposed at one point, it opened it up to all zoning districts, or nearly all of them.
So this per se does that because the base public and non-residential zoning districts in the UDC, those districts today are Garden Office, C1, C2A, C2, C3, C4, IHO, IDP, IHC, IHI, M1, M2. But you have the other separation parameters from residential, from existing billboards, from other new billboards. And so it still restricts it, even though it allows all those districts.
And it's all specific use, so planning and zoning gets to see it?
Not the way this is drafted. So you would be able to build 12 new billboards by right. 2 inside the city, 10 in the ETJ. That's it.
Well, I think every billboard ought to be specific use.
That's fine.
I think that if it goes that way, then there's going to be too much, I think everything has to be specific use if we were to reconsider it.
So the ones inside city limits, you could require specific use in the ETJ because we don't have zoning. If you wanted some other alternative requirement, we'd have to discuss that.
Meaning that if it's outside the city limits, it still comes to P&Z and city council?
I don't know if there's something you could have authority to do in the ETJ, potentially. I'll tell you, prior to 2019, in the ETJ, billboards were regulated based on comparable use. So if you had a property whose use would have required C4, M1, and M2, had it been inside city limits, the planning department and code enforcement would conduct a comparable use hearing and make that determination.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on that?
So we could require something for those 10.
Yes.
You could.
It sounds like, is staff going to need time to look at that and see what it is, the legality of it, or is it?
Defer to Kelly on that.
Because whatever we recommend is going to be pretty tight.
So as I mentioned to y'all in the executive session last time, if there are any legal issues with what you're recommending, I can work with city council members from the time you all make your recommendation until they consider it, just to identify those issues for them.
Okay. Any other ideas? Yes.
Sorry, could I also add some clarification about the consideration right now? If you vote on the motion as proposed, then all of this consideration is done and your recommendation will move on to council. Susan, you mentioned a motion to table. Somebody can make that motion to table this discussion. It has to be seconded, then a vote's on it it's not a debatable motion, meaning there can't be any discussion. If it gets a first and a second, then you'll have to make a decision and vote on whether or not to table it. So just a little bit of Robert's Rules stuff to help y'all know where we need to go. Thanks.
So back on the billboards, my position, I think there is a little bit of common ground to work between the two groups. I don't have all the answers right now. The extent of the billboards being added, I guess it's basically Loop 88. The city needs to be protected. I agree with that. The corridor concept, I tend to like. I could even say, the corridor concept less inside the loop, but it's, with the number of billboards we're talking about, I still think that there's room for, and with the architectural wraps, there are a lot of things we can do with it to find that common ground. That's my opinion of it. So I think I know where you two guys stand. Is my question, are we voting on billboards separately at this point?
No, it was the motion.
Just discussion.
Active in motion.
Well, hold on. Not yet. Or-
So you cannot pull billboards to consider at a later date.
You cannot?
No. We have to have some sort of billboard regulation, whether it's what we have now in the books you keep, or what staff has proposed, or in your red line version.
Okay.
Or anything else you all want to change.
I'm not going to hold the UDC up over billboards. That's not what I'm proposing. I think that there's more discussion that needs to be held. That's my point.
Well, so can we pass it and ask for in our recommendation to City Council, ask that they consider this? We can't ask that they consider it at a later time, like kind of like amortization.
Okay, so there has to be some regulation for billboards.
Right.
I think we can all agree on that. So to not make a recommendation of any kind would be to have zero regulation on the billboards, because as part of your recommendation to council, various chapters of the existing ordinances are being repealed. So you have to have some sort of recommendation.
Yes.
Otherwise, we'll be without regulation. And then also, if it were considered separate and apart as a completely different issue, it would bring the joint hearing back with Planning and Zoning Commission and start this whole process over for billboards. But the city really needs y'all to make a decision on if you want to keep it or change it, et cetera, and make that part of your recommendation. Right? Because otherwise, we'd be without regulation.
But you could have a separate vote on it today.
You could do a separate vote if you'd like.
A separate vote on billboards.
Sure.
Yes.
On whether or not to keep it as it's drafted or
Right.
make changes to it.
So can we do this? Can we withdraw the motion on the UDC and have a motion specifically for whether or not we want to keep the billboard ordinance as written currently in the UDC?
Yes, the motion to table would have to be seconded and a majority vote.
Okay. Does everybody understand?
Can I withdraw my motion?
You can withdraw your
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
That's easy.
We no longer have a motion.
Okay, never mind. So now, what we need, so as Kelly said, the city would like us to come to some sort of conclusion about whether we're keeping it as is in the UDC. And we can vote on that today. Isn't that right, Kelly?
Yes. I'm sitting here, y'all are really pushing my Robert's Rules
Okay.
knowledge. So we do need a vote on Tanner's motion to withdraw.
Okay. We seconded that, right? Okay, so
all in favor?
To withdraw?
To let him withdraw his motion?
Aye.
aye.
Opposed?
Okay, thank you. Now, what was your question, Susan?
Okay, so what you're saying is the city would like us to make some sort of decision about the billboard
as a part of your UDC recommendation.
Right, and then whatever, and so if we decide to keep it, then that becomes part of the red line UDC that we will be reviewing in the future.
Yes, hopefully staff would make that change for you.
Or it shouldn't be a change
It's
at all.
already in there.
No, I mean,
Right.
yes, present it to you that way.
And, but if we decide we aren't going to have it in the UDC as written, then we have to make a motion to do what?
Recommend
So
something.
reckon something else.
Recommend an amendment.
Recommend something else. Okay.
Did you have something else?
So we could approve this with the recommendation of the specific use to include all of the areas.
The draft in the UDC is specific use.
That's correct. There, part of your red
She's
line.
talking about what they presented us.
Yeah,
That's what
today.
she's talking
Oh, okay,
So
gotcha.
compromise.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah, you could require specific use for the billboards inside city limits. Yes.
So if we move to do that, does that become part of the red line copy?
Yes.
Okay.
If that is an amendment that is approved with your motion today, we will make that change.
Okay.
Yes.
And as it's drafted, your billboards are L1 or GI, LI or GI.
Let's just stay up here.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. As the UDC is drafted today, it's the same as our current code. LI and GI, currently M1 and M2, with a specific use.
So they still have options to explore if we leave it as is.
Yes. City council?
No, billboard companies. They still have options to explore places in Lubbock they could put them.
Sure, they could
Leave
look
it
at
as
any
is, yeah.
current M1 or M2 or propose a zone change to rezone something M1 and M2.
Okay.
So we don't have a motion.
Well, the question is, so we have two potential motions. One is to
Leave it the same.
leave it the same. The other is to amend it according to the presentation by staff with specific use.
So before we saw the presentation, we didn't get to hear from you two, or actually you three, I guess. On your, now that we've heard their presentation, do you have different thoughts about how we should go forward?
For billboards?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't want, I mean, the UDC is the elephant in the room. I don't want to hold up the UDC based on the billboards. I'm not willing to die on the hill for sitting here and changing billboards. But I do believe that their billboards should have a right outside of the light industrial, general industrial, and M1 and M2. I think it ought to be specific use, and they have to ask permission to do it. We've been through that before. I'll give you a good example. I think the last billboard I remember seeing, we denied. It was over by the Buddy Holly Center.
Right.
There was another one that came through. They proposed a billboard on Milwaukee and another one on the Spur. We approved it. City council denied it, I believe. So the system, I agree, that piece of it works well to me. I also kind of like the fact, I like the digital billboard piece of it. I like that there's I can't remember the separation. What is the separation between the green dots on your image?
The ones in the ETJ are 5,000 feet.
That's a mile.
Yes.
Okay.
The ones inside the city limits are 2,000 feet.
Okay.
But then you got it on both sides of the street too, so it's not like.
That's
you can't
correct.
Here and here, to me, that
So
this is even more strict than what the others put. I mean, I go with you. It doesn't cut them out, but it's strict,
We
it
restrict
limits
it.
it.
They still have to come ask permission. It just because there's a dot, let me clarify something. All the red dots you have on there are existing.
Yes.
Okay. So even just because you see a green dot on there doesn't mean that they get what I'm trying to say is just because you see a green dot doesn't mean they get a billboard there. They still have to go through, I want them to go through an approval process because there are going to be different conditions from one side of Lubbock to the other. And I think that's worthy of listening. That's why you have Planning and Zoning
I
Commission.
agree with you on that.
Yeah, so that's what I think.
So I think we probably ought to just have a vote, and I'm going to make a motion on billboards to go with the city's recommendation on their red line comments to leave billboards as is, as they are now in the ordinance.
Second.
So we have a motion, we have a second, and is there anything that we can do about the carrying on discussion for billboards? Or, I know we're making a recommendation for the UDC to send it on to city council to review, but what's the next step for this billboard discussion? Are we voting to say that's it? There is no more discussion?
Well, if you vote on the recommendation, then that's part of what will go to the council as your UDC recommendation. So that issue will be dealt with if you vote on this motion. Did it get a second, by the way?
I did.
Okay. So if you make a vote, it closes the discussion on billboards.
Yeah.
But what we're voting
Correct.
on at this
It's-
point.
It could.
Well, yeah, it could. I mean, if it doesn't get the votes to go to city council, then we're back to where we are right now. That's why I'm trying to find a common ground.
But the motion that Jordan's put forward is not what staff has proposed here.
Right. It's to
that
stay the
everything
same.
stays the same.
That's correct.
Let's be clear.
And also, just so y'all know, for voting purposes, since y'all have an equal number, a tie vote fails.
Yeah.
It will take a majority of you to make a motion to pass.
Okay.
All right, well, we got a motion on the floor.
I'm thinking. So all in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Okay. So that passes.
That's your recommendation.
We're not coming back with the red line, that's it.
Right.
It goes to city council.
Yeah.
All right, we're good.
It will be included in your recommendation as a whole to the council for the UDC, just like the other things that you all changed today.
Okay, then,
So back on the UDC, would it be appropriate, and I'm asking James, I mean, could we go into a recess? Could we have time to combine these two documents in 30 minutes? Just combine them, the two amendments,
I think we can, what do you think?
the two addendums?
In a list form, yes. We could do that in 30 minutes. I can't redline the UDC, but yes, I could give you a full list.
I'm just talking about these two.
Mm-hmm.
Can we physically combine these?
Sure. Into a list.
And this is just why, because we're here.
Mm-hmm.
We're just here, and if we don't, then now we got new calendar conflicts and more delays. So I think it's just, I'm having the discussion about it.
Would that get you there?
No.
Why not?
Because I just want to review it, and I know that I've talked to other members that are here that wish they could have their discussion because they still feel like it's being pushed through and ramrodded.
well, I don't think okay, we're having our meetings.
Just adjourn, just be done with it.
Yeah, I mean, okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I've
Yes.
got one more thing. So something was just brought to my attention, and it's on the amendment list provided by the developers. If you go back to amendment number 48, at this time, I'm going to call Mr. McKay up here, but there's one change that is a pretty substantial change that I overlooked. This is a list that was provided yesterday, and it was one of the additions. On amendment 48, number 6, there was some language added in there in bold. Let me know when you're on. It's basically page 11 of the document. It adds that language in bold is added, and that is not a carryover of our code. That's actually an addition. It's the other than replanting, repaving, or resurfacing of the easement. And that's a pretty significant change to what we have today. And I'm going to let Mr. McKay visit about that one just with you briefly. So we may be recommending a change in that one.
Howdy, Commissioners. I know it's been a long day, and hate to bring up a little needle point here, but one of the goals of our easements when we request easements is to keep stuff off the surface. We don't want pavement, we don't want structures, we don't want anything on the surface. We want full access to the utility. That happens though. We get parking lots, we get other things. I've seen dumpster structures and stuff like that on the easement, and it is allowed in the easement. What this does is it basically says that the city is responsible for fixing and repairing anything that was put on the easement after we install the line. It kind of defeats the purpose of the easement. It's something that adds a lot of cost to the city to go in and do pipeline repairs or other types of repairs, and we would prefer to see that stricken.
But does what I was understanding from earlier was that the UDC is requiring certain landscape requirements on top of those easements?
It requires landscaping requirements, yes.
And
But
so
putting
you're
this
saying
on the face of the plat, basically requiring us to repair, replace, whatever, it really adds a lot of cost to any potential repairs that we have to do. I'm not sure how the landscaping is laid out in terms of the different types of foliage that's required, but if it does get to be really expensive stuff, special stuff for a specific development, it can get very, very costly.
So I'm just asking, if there's an easement in a required buffer yard area, are you saying that the city is not responsible for repairing the buffer yard?
We are not formally responsible, but as Terry mentioned, we typically do. We typically go in and do the work, but holding our feet to the fire and requiring that we replace whatever vegetation, whatever surface features are there is way above and beyond the call of duty, in our opinion.
Okay.
And Terry's not here to respond. Robbie?
No, but Mr. Holman did stop me on his way out, and he did say if you see any problems with these, that they're definitely open. I'll bring this to his attention. I don't think he'll have a problem at all amending that. So we can, where we struck some of the amendments, we can just mention in this meeting that we want that taken out. So
But we already voted on it.
No.
Just, okay, good.
So let's just make a note that that needs to be stricken out of there. He didn't specifically reference this, but he told me that.
I'm just a little confused that if the UDC is going to say how and require a contractor or owner to put in a buffer yard with such and such plants and this and that, if not just the city, but if anyone goes in there and tears that up, I mean, shouldn't they be required to put that back?
Well, I think that, obviously the point, I think we know where he was going with that point. I think Mr. McKay brought up a good point. Generally, out of courtesy, that's done. I just don't think that we can put that legal requirement in there. This is what I'm hearing. So.
Well, and to your point, it makes sense, if the landowner does more than what's required by the UDC.
Yeah, that may go
you don't
crazy
want-
with it.
Yeah, you don't want to have to pay for that.
At the same time, I don't think the city's going to go in there and rip up a buffer yard and just say, I'm hightailing out of here. I think they're going to put it back.
Well, that's essentially what Mike said, but
Yeah.
somebody else may not show them that courtesy.
Not if it's gold paved bricks.
Okay.
So the cities gets to determine to what level they put it back, I guess, what they put back.
And I would suggest an overarching issue would be to try to keep the easements out of the buffer yards as much as possible. We're putting a lot more in the right-of-way right now, and just minimize whatever impacts you have in terms of easements to those buffer yards.
Okay. Okay,
Let me just make one real quick point too. These red lines are proposed amendments. They're not necessarily incorporated into the document, and that these are meant to show you that version with those proposed amendments in there. You're still considering the 220 draft. Okay? So, like something like this, having that edited, maybe reviewed by engineering before we put that in the red line added, I don't think that'll be a problem.
Well, this is a perfect example of why we have meetings after the fact for the next 2 years. So
Well, again,
this is going to come up, regardless of how perfect we think the document is, it's going to come up.
It's going to come up, and
And to that point, I'm just throwing this out there, Mr. Bell, you can send it right back. But if we did approve everything today, like we've discussed, and send that recommendation to City Council, you go back and you review those changes, do you think that it would be appropriate for you to just talk to City Council about that separately? That way that we can push the ball forward. If there's one thing that you find, or 2 or 10, you can go and say, look, we made this recommendation, and here's some things we need to change, or you should consider changing.
Well, when we came in, the first thing this morning, we were talking about, we were all gonna look at it, we were gonna do it. We were gonna come up and have the red line and have it up. If they get the draft, we'll go, but what's the problem of waiting, we get some other commissioners here that have on it? What's the rush to do it now, whether we do it another week or not?
Well, we've had 2 meetings and nobody else has shown up, and so my deal is, why give them another chance to not show up? It's like, either you're gonna be here or you're not, and.
Brandon and Avi were here at the other ones.
Well, there's other people missing, and so we're gonna end up ultimately having 5 or 6. I don't know, but anyway.
Well, and it's just the fact that it seems like we're all in agreement with the changes that as we've all discussed. And so why not just go ahead and get it done? And we don't have to come back up here. You know what I mean?
Well, we can vote on it. I mean, I'm not stopping you from voting on it. I never said that.
Yes.
No, I didn't. I just
No,
said
no, I'm saying I agree.
I just said I would vote no.
Yes, I agree with that. I'm just asking if you could consider that. But it sounds like you're not willing to do that, so that's
I don't
fine.
think it's that hard line to get another red line to be able to go look at it and go boom, 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 what's it changed?
They could do it in 30 minutes?
And they do it in
I
the
was
30
about to say, is that kind of ties back into you. I didn't want to put you.
Clarifying what the request is, yes, I can combine those 2 lists right now, no problem. I don't think we could redline the UDC with the new 48, 49 amendments in 30 minutes. We will have that red line before it goes to council, whatever amendments you make.
Well, if you get the list, I'll look over it. I'll do
Okay.
that.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, if you want to take a recess and have staff put that list together, we can do that right now.
Can I ask one question? So would the staff be able to review that, because there were some added? And in the beginning, the first thing he said was he was not comfortable with staff making recommendations on something they haven't looked at. So is he now comfortable with that, making a recommendation for these?
yes, I think our stance from the beginning was pretty much these didn't need to come from the staff level. We weren't advocating for or against. We wanted you guys to hear those. When I come up, I didn't seem to get a lot of questions about those, and I think that they explained them, to you guys. So as far as the majority of them, we don't think that they're necessarily, nothing that they said was unreasonable, and you guys didn't seem to have anything that jumped out at you that you said, we just are really opposed to this. So they clarified some stuff to us today also.
The only outstanding item that staff would recommend you change from what we originally discussed was Amendment 48, and doing just a straight carryover what's in the code today on what's listed here as number 6, and eliminating the addition in bold of the other than replanting, repaving, or resurfacing of the easement. Just doing an exact carryover of what's in the code today of that specific section. That would be the only record. That's probably the only one I think that staff has some issues with at this time. So.
But you're okay with 13, 14, 15, and 47, which were all new on this list?
Yeah, basically what Robbie's saying is, he's here to give us the why. not, we're in support or not in support.
You know, something like Amendment 13 is a good example. You know, changing that to a specific use, that's just going to go to y'all. That's really making the code, you know, more stringent. So it's something that, you know, if there's a need for that to come to you guys because somebody wants to put in a helipad, you know, we don't see that many of those for a public safety purpose. You know, and you mentioned a couple of other ones.
We went over 15 that they took, we changed that was okay.
29 and 30 you're good with? That was some concern about the carports.
The thing about 29 and 30 is that's something that significantly changes our current the way our ordinances are written. Now, I understand some concerns with tying something to a date and saying basically if your house was built in 1979, then you get to have a carport that, you know, encroaches in the setback. But if yours was built in 1981, you can't do it. I understand the reasoning of looking at that and going, that's kind of a little bit of a head scratcher, so I get it. This is a pretty substantial change. It's something that really, you know, it changes those requirements. So it's something we wanted you to hear and you consider, and even city council to hear that. These are all proposed amendments at this point. So, you know, if they get passed on, they can still be not accepted. So I understand, but it's a very significant change. That's why staff took the approach that they did. We want you guys to hear it and see what your thoughts on it were. I don't think it's fair for us to say no to something that you guys would have been in favor and ask, well, why wasn't that included? Or vice versa, to say yes and leave you out of the equation and say, we're just going to make that amendment. Well, I'm glad you got to hear that today.
Terry's back. I don't know if he hasn't been briefed on the other change that that Mr. McKay was talking about. I just wanted him to hear that since it was going to be potentially changed.
What we've got is just an issue with, you know,
Other
repairing.
than replanting, repaving, or resurfacing of the
Yeah, there's some concern, and I'll let Mr. McKay explain it if you want to, about that possibly needing to be stricken from that proposal.
So to rehash what I mentioned before, requiring the city to repair paving, foliage, any other surface features as part of the easement and construction in the easement is really not an acceptable position for us. From the standpoint that we don't know what's going to be on the surface. As I mentioned before, I've seen dumpster enclosures, I've seen a lot of different things on the surface that by this rewording would require us to go in and replace it in kind.
So Terry, does that make you understand? I guess it's.
I understand the perspective. I understand the perspective. As a practical matter, we shouldn't be putting dumpster enclosures and those types of things on easements anyway. So I think it's fair to say that if it's something like that, how you wordsmith it, I don't know. If it's something like that, I don't think anybody ought to be responsible for doing that. And this is a sort of a historical thing for us. We've always been, and until recently, we've been prohibited from connecting to utilities out in the street. And particularly in commercial development, we still are, if not required, at least encouraged to keep our municipal utilities on the property in a parking lot. Because everybody, and ourselves included, want to avoid having to tear up a public street to get to utility. Okay, so that's a good thing. So on the one side, we're being required, in essence, to extend public infrastructure on our property in an easement. Yet the people who have the right to the easement aren't liable for repairing it, at least back to what it was. No question. Dumpster enclosures, any structures, I think that should somehow be excluded. And then as now we're moving into this deal where we've got required buffer yards with required plantings, if that's been put in, I think the people operating the utility need to be able to put it back at least in that state. So where you draw those lines, I don't know.
Limitations.
And to be fair to everybody, I said this was new, right? And so it would not surprise me that this takes a little bit of care and maybe coordination with the franchise providers as well. And we need to find out what's in the franchise agreement. Because when you repair and replace utilities in a street, guess what? You got a very stringent criteria for replacing those surface improvements. And so if every utility was in the street and we could tap everything out in the street, this would almost be a non-issue. But in commercial development, it doesn't always work that way. So that's where I was going. And if we need to take time to, kind of arm wrestle a little bit, I'm fine doing that. Because I knew that this was a new thing. But if we're rewriting code, let's look at everything.
So let's just say hypothetically, there's city water and sewer in where a buffer yard would go. Could there be consideration from staff to say, the buffer yard's not really required, but you need to do a fence and do it, just something to prevent where the city's not going to be up against the wall if they have to go in there.
Right.
Up against the wall saying, well, now we got to repair all this that we required them to do in the first place. I mean, could there be some staff
if there's
common sense?
Yeah. If there's the ability to approach it that way, I think that's totally fair. My biggest concern was if a developer had done something that was required by code, and then a utility has to come in, and by the way, the chances are pretty rare. I mean, we use plastic pipe these days. The gas, all the dry utilities almost always put their stuff in sleeves. The odds of it happening are actually pretty slim, where somebody has to actually tear up your property to get to their utility.
Yeah.
I was just trying to reconcile the fact that we now are required to do some things on top of these utility corridors that we weren't required to do before. And if the city's okay saying, fine with no trees, and not require the owner to go replant trees, then that gets us to the same net result.
Okay.
So it's an expense. And not only to the city, but to anybody operating utility in that easement. It's a potential expense. It would only be after the site is built. If you've got a water line that ruptures 15 years down the road or something like that, then that's when that comes up.
I think we'll come across it sometime, but maybe you could put some language in there, like give authority to the planning director as opposed, if you're coming across where a buffer yard would be required on top of some easements.
Yeah.
Give latitude to the planning director to say, oh, you don't have to do it there.
Could you put
a fence there.
Or could you
something.
Would it be possible to have, like, say, a dollar amount, like the city would replace up to X amount in cost?
That's a slippery slope, I think.
Yeah.
So,
What about if you said something like, as required by the UDC?
Well, and that's where my head was at. But what the example that we're talking about is if a utility operator has to get in and make a repair, that they would not put the stuff back that's as required by the UDC. That's what Jordan was laying out. And then the then property owner would not then be required to retrofit to get back to what the UDC had originally required. It's kind of splitting hairs a little bit, And hey, to be fair to everybody in the room, this was, as I was going through these notes, this is something that's been troubling me for years, and it never had an opportunity to really worry about it, right? But if we're reinventing code, let's reinvent it the right way. And not only does it involve the city water and sewer, Atmos, West Texas Gas, all the utility, all the electric providers, all the telecom, it's everybody. And I'm treading in unfamiliar water myself because I'm not clear to what extent the franchise agreement governs. That's just a little bit out of my wheelhouse.
Is it possible to limit what kind of buffering goes over in easements? Specifically, it's like if it goes over an easement, this is the type of buffering you need.
A huge part of the UDC is the buffering requirements, and they run deep and they run through the UDC. And screening fences, different things, buffering is taking all this into account. So I want to be very cautious with lessening those buffer yard requirements at this point. Simply for that reason right there is the separation that we talked about. When you're an HDR district and you've got a mixed use, I think we just really, really need to be cognizant and conscious of the fact that those buffer yards, I just don't like that idea of saying, well, you don't have to have a buffer yard if there's an easement there because it can get torn up. I just really want to be careful with that.
And just for 2 cents more, I do want to reiterate what Terry was saying in terms of franchise utilities. That is an ongoing wrestle that we have, trying to get franchise utilities to do something. And for them to come back and silver plate the surface after they've done work on a franchise utility, I don't know how we're going to get them to do that. Simply telling them it's the ordinance, they'll just look at us and laugh and move on down the road. So.
Makes total sense. Okay.
And to add to that, the conundrum is there's not a right-of-way permit that's required for an easement on private property. Your city right-of-way department governs utility work in streets and alleys, and the providers have to come down and demonstrate to their right-of-way department that they're doing the proper repairs and all of that. To my knowledge, that just doesn't exist on easements on private property. So it is this kind of gray area we've been operating in for decades. And as I stated earlier, at least historically, it's not really been a problem. I don't know of any example where a utility provider came in and tore something up and didn't get it back in reasonably good shape. So that was just my thought on it. And if it needs further study, then maybe that's what we do. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yes, sir.
Here's, listening to all of that, here's my recommendation to you. Let's carry over what's in the code today. We're going to propose, sounds like the P&Z will propose semi-annual meetings. This is one, there's several items that, a lot of unknowns with the UDC. And this is one I think to definitely keep an eye on to see how it progresses. It may take us having to work through one of these situations to come up with an appropriate recommendation. So my recommendation is to carry over what's in the code today, strike the addition. Staff's already kind of making a running list of things that we'll need to keep an eye on and make sure they actually work the way they're supposed to. And it's something that we can keep an active discussion on. So that'd be my recommendation to you.
Okay. Thank you.
So where we are now, they're going to combine the two documents?
Yeah, I think that was where we left off.
If that is what you would like staff to do, if you'd like to recess and have us do that right now, we will.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay, then we will recess. How much time do you want? You need 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Shouldn't take that long, 20 minutes? 30. Okay, let's do 30.
All right, recess for 30 minutes. Be back.
All right. 4:10.
4:10. All right, we're back in session. We have our documents in front of us.
This is the same amendment list that we had before, right?
Yes, I'm going to make one clarification.
Okay.
So on the amendment list titled Lubbock Unified Development Code Public Hearing Draft Amendment List, the chart, page 3, at the very bottom, where the middle column says bond amount, we struck through that provision because it's addressed in what was discussed today in the other document. Otherwise, it's the exact same.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Yeah, you want a couple minutes just to compare notes?
Yeah.
Your notes from earlier today?
And if you'd like, I can tell you specifically the changes I made based on the discussion today.
That would be helpful.
So from the document that you reviewed during your discussion today, amendment number 15 regarding the brew pub, microbrewery, microdistillery, that was removed completely.
Okay.
Item number 19, permitted uses by district chart regarding resource extraction. That was amended to include all of the zoning districts and still require the specific use in all districts, and add a language pointing to the existing ordinance in Chapter 8 of the City of Lubbock Code of Ordinances.
It's number 17 on.
It's a new number now, yeah. And then from the original document reviewed today, the next one is and it was originally Amendment 47, maintenance bonds. We amended it to match what was handed out today in the red font, changing the 1 million to 5 million to be 10% with a minimum of 200,000.
Okay.
And then the original Amendment 48, required notices on final plats and certificates. Under letter C, number 6, I removed the bolded language that stated other than replanting, repaving, or resurfacing of the easement. And at the end of that section, the very end of that amendment, I just added a bullet point requiring a signature line for the Director of Planning to be on plats that do not get approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay.
And then I added the 2 new amendments discussed at the very end, one being having semi-annual meetings over the next 2 years for the Planning and Zoning Commission to review and discuss any potential amendments to the UDC, and a recommendation that the Planning and Zoning Commission appoint a subcommittee to review and discuss amortization policy.
Sounds good. Thank you. Sorry to put you through that.
It's okay.
I would like to make the motion to approve the UDC plan as submitted with the amendments 1 through 43 as listed, and to adopt the UDC zoning map.
Mr. Bell, if I might ask, amendments 1 through 43, as well as the staff amendment list?
Correction.
Thank you.
As the staffing amendments.
And you said the zoning map.
And the zoning map.
Where's the zoning map? Remind me?
We can bring it up on the screen if you'd like to see it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, yeah.
Is that on, Kristen, do we just have that on a PDF, or is it,
You're on it right now.
Yeah, that's the link on the website.
Yep.
all right,
One that they emailed us to.
well,
And this one on the website is interactive.
So, go ahead. So just for clarification, you said the city's gonna spend $75,000 after this to review this?
well, that's a capital improvement project that's separate, that basically, yes, that amount is set aside to do a zoning map analysis. So at that point, that'll be kind of the next step in this process, is looking at that and possibly rezoning districts maybe that need to be, under consideration and rezoned.
Was that part of the consultant's deal with
No.
East, or who?
No, they didn't even.
Paid for that?
We haven't hired anybody yet.
Okay.
That's literally a pending project, so no one's under contract to do that yet.
So it'll go out for bid, or is that
Yes.
okay.
This map shows how the current zoning will be translated to the zoning in the UDC based on how the UDC lays out which districts will be combined and what those new district names will be.
Yeah, the zoning district establishment page that we looked at earlier in the UDC's got all those in there, how they came over. So that is in the UDC.
Okay.
So we have a motion, we don't have a second.
Second.
Any more discussion, comments? Okay.
I just have one other thing.
Yep.
On the hiring of the $75,000 zoning review, and I don't even know if I can do this, but I would like to recommend that it's someone local that knows Lubbock. I just think that that would be very beneficial to hire someone locally within our region for that review.
Okay, the way that process will work is we'll have to do an RFQ probably, or a request for qualifications, and put that out. And then those will be scored off of that summary. So the people that are on that review committee, which will be some of us, will look at, and it's scored differently based on different things.
Well,
So,
and also, not to interrupt you, Robbie, it's a statutory process too that we have to go through.
yeah.
I get it. I'm just saying, yeah.
But, you know,
Mr. Chair,
point taken.
could I also ask that when y'all vote, you do a show of hands so we know clearly? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion, we have a second.
One thing, but basically like on that cleanup, I'm gonna go for him, and I know you're doing it, but I'm gonna go to him. So a lot of it's to clear up, because I know it's like a lot of it. The city has some vacant land in different places that's M1, different areas and stuff that probably needs to be rezoned. That'll look at stuff like that, correct?
That's the purpose of that CIP. That is correct.
And will that come back through this process, or, okay. So people will have a chance to be heard if they have objections to it? Okay.
Call the question.
Okay. All in favor? Show of hands.
Aye.
All opposed? We are done. We are adjourned.